Sikkim is not a state that likes to change its CM frequently, if the past is anything to be believed. And a lot of people thought that Baichung Bhutia joining Chamling might give him a new, but for now it doesn't seem to be the case. We'll keep an eye on the patterns, but from what it looks like, um, it's not 8 yet, but I will be very, very surprised if
You know why?
the yes.
You know
Karma.
why? You know why Sikkim likes stability. You know why Sikkim likes to vote for one party every time.
Yes.
And it's not like Kerala or Tripura or any of the other states which the party keeps
Rajasthan comes to
changing,
mind.
every year. I think the reason is basically to do with the mindset of the people. Because Sikkim has been a country under a monarch for such a long time, so they like to have that stability, and I think the chief ministers have also enjoyed that kind of respect and that kind of reverence, but that mindset, mind you, I think will start and is already starting to change, and this election will be a reflection of whether that mindset has changed or not. I mean, if they would give any other party a second chance, but it doesn't seem so as far as the initial rounds are coming. We'll also keep a watch on what are the interesting fights that we are seeing as far as Sikkim is concerned.
Okay. Karma, coming back to your constituency, your village, Bachung Bhutia is contesting, and he's been the talk of the town. In fact, so far, ever since, especially after Hamro Sikkim Party merged with SDF. So, is this going to be a factor? Is he going to score finally going to score a political goal this time?
I don't know. It's very difficult to say. Let's wait for the initial rounds to come in from Barung and be the judge of that.
I'll just add an update from Arunachal. Now we have 21 total, and interestingly, People's Party of Arunachal is now has a lead in Tooting. So Nobeng Burang from PPA is leading in Tooting. This is the only seat right now, as of I'm aware, that is being led by PPA. National People's Party is at 2 seats, independent candidate on 1 seat, and BJP, apart from the 10 that they have won, they are leading on 7. So I'm just adding with Arunachal. We have trends coming from the for 21 seats. Although remember, every time we talk about Arunachal, 10 seats are already done. So I think it's more fair to say that trends are coming from 11 seats as opposed to 21.
If you look at the map of Sikkim right now, there is one green. That's it.
Yeah.
Apart from that,
Shari, yeah,
entirely is
purple. Is it purple or violet? I mean, I never understood.
Now, Shari, where the Sikkim Democratic Front, Tenzing Norbu Lamta, is leading. I don't know if you remember, the candidate who is trailing right now is Kunga Nima Lepcha of the Sikkim Krantikari Morcha. He was one of the ministers in the government and one of the figures who kept Sikkim Krantikari Morcha alive, so to say, held the party together when their leader was in jail. So he played a very key figure. He and of course the Sangha leader was Sonam Lama. So both of them kept the party together, mobilized the troops as and when needed, and then they came to power. So they've had a lot to do. So now Kunganima Lepcha, trailing in Shari, sends out the message that while he held power as a minister, his constituents, the people of Shari, were not happy. Although the leads in the first round, now there are 3 rounds. So first round has gone to Tenzing Norbu Lamta, who is leading right now by 756 votes.
Also, I would just add that apart from Renok, we also have now trends coming from Soreng Chakung, and here too, Prem Singh Tamang is leading. In fact, here the lead is bigger against Dr. A.D. Subba, and he's as of now it's 2052 votes. That's the lead of Prem Singh Tamang in Soreng, apart from the fact that he's also leading in Renok. So far, everything seems to be going as per plan for SKM. In fact, a lot of people scoffed when he said that we'll get 26 out of 32 seats. But if initial trends are anything to go by, he might just break the record and go beyond 26.
Yeah, interesting, as far as the Soring seat is concerned, because that was held by his son Aditya Gole and one of the young, able leaders, the Sikkim Krantikari Morcha. Oh, I mean, lived in the shadow of his father, of course, and could not really make a mark as far as any political movements, speeches, etc., were concerned in the last when the last government was in power. But I met him in Soreng in the last elections, and I interviewed him and saw him as a young, up and coming leader. So he, in fact, vacated that seat for his father. So there is a chance, if the incumbent CM wins both these seats, there is a chance that he will again let his son come back. So there will be another, election, and his son will come and take the father's seat. So that is a possibility.
In
right
Sikkim,
now.
we now have trends for 20 seats of the 60. So one third, at least counting in one third of the seats have begun, and we are having the trends, and it's an absolute landslide for SKM. Right now, SKM is easily crossing the majority. They remember they need 17 for a majority. They are right now leading on 19. 19 leads for SKM, and just the solitary seat in Shari
That was
for
the first
SD. Yeah, of course, these are all initial trends. It's just based on the first round of counting. So it's too early to call in, but from now it looks like an absolute landslide for SKM in Sikkim, and as expected, Arunachal is going the BJP way, with BJP having 110 and leading on 7.
But did you expect anything otherwise as
Absolutely
far as Arunachal
not.
is concerned? So
Absolutely
Arunachal,
not.
from yesterday, Amit has been saying that it's a foregone conclusion. There is no fight whatsoever, apart from one or two fights here and there, that it is going to go
There is-
not
yeah.
lock, stock and barrel.
I'll not be, no, but that's the thing. How many seats would count for lock, stock, and barrel? 50 out of 60. Are you putting it beyond BJP to win 50 out of 60? I'll not be surprised if they win 50 out of 60. That's the thing. This is what people have not understood, that at least in the case of Arunachal, let's also be honest that apart from PPA, Congress is not even, I mean, for the heck of it, it is fighting the elections. But just to give you an idea, in Sikkim, so let's not even talk about them because they don't even register anywhere. And in case of Arunachal, as of now, if I go by vote share, Karma, then INC Congress has 5%, but of course they are not leading anywhere. And in Arunachal they are fourth in terms of vote share, behind BJP, of course, NPP and PPA.
So these are the visuals from Sikkim that are coming in, especially from Pakyong district, where you can see large number of security forces been deployed, and counting is currently underway in Pakyong district and Sikkim assembly elections. We are also being joined by one of our guests, a senior journalist from Sikkim, Sarika Atreya, who's with us right now. Sarika, if you can hear me.
Yes, hi, good morning.
Hello, Sarika. A very good morning, and thank you so much for joining us. So the latest trends that we have from Sikkim is right now that SKM, Sikkim Krantikari Morcha, is leading in 22 seats, and SDF is leading in 1 seat. But that is only the first phase of counting right now. Sarika, how do you look at it?
I think this was expected. This was expected that SKM should be leading and probably getting more than 20 seats. That was expected. But then, of course, we'll have to take into consideration that this is just the first round of counting. And again, there are some key seats like the North District. Now, of course, North District seats, and in the East. Now, of course, now East is Gangtok and Pakyong. And like you've already mentioned, there's one lone Sharish seat where SDF is leading. That is, the stronghold of SK. But the rest of the seats, like I'm surprised that even some of the SDF stronghold seats where SKM is leading right now. But this is a very early. A forecast, so we'll have to wait till second round. And I'm just looking at the Nathang Machong second round results, which is here right in front of me right now. We have Mrs. Pamin Lepcha, who's well ahead by over 4,600 votes. And you'll have to remember she's the daughter of DT Lepcha, the former SDF MLA, who of course now is the BJP-backed Rajya Sabha MP. And of course, he's with the SKM now. And Pamin Lepcha is contesting the seat on SKM's ticket. Now, it was believed that Nathang Machung was always traditionally SDF stronghold, but now it's gone to SKM, which was expected, uh, but of course we are a little surprised by this. But yes, like I said earlier, we'll have to wait till the second and the third round the results come in to get a clearer picture.
So, so you are surprised at this point with Lachen and Mangan, is what you are saying, right?
No, with Nathang Machong, basically.
With? Can't hear you
Nathang
properly.
Machong.
Okay, okay. Now, earlier Kalyan was asking me that question about the Citizen Action Party, and initially optics, if you look at Facebook or if you look at anger of the people on the ground are concerned, there seemed to be an indication that people would go for change, but that's perhaps not happened. Reflective of if you look at Zungu, where people have overwhelmingly sided with the SKM, where some
Yes, yes.
expected that the cap will make some inroads into at least Zungu or a few other seats. That's not happened. Why do you think it's not happened?
Well, you'll have to remember that Citizen Action Party is a very late entrant into Sikkim politics, and even though they've come up with very ambitious, manifesto and their vision, mission, program for Sikkim, and they have a lot of youth leaders with them. They have primarily concentrated only in the west and the south regions of Sikkim. I will not call it district now, but for all practical purposes, the south and the west district. So they've been more or less about 95% of their campaignings and their meetings were held in these districts rather than in the east or the north. And CAP, I don't think so. They would manage to even win one seat. That's my prediction. But they would eat into some of the traditional vote bank, especially in south and west, east and north. I'm not very hopeful for CAP. And the reason they haven't been able to do so is because they haven't. You have strongholds like SKM and SDF, of course, and people have not been able to really, uh, maybe like understand their idea of politics or governance and the kind of governance they are promising. And let's take into consideration they are very new, and to break into a SKM and SDF bastion is a big task.
Right. Just wanted to bring your focus to Shari, Shari constituency. And as far as
Yes.
Shari is concerned, there is a surprise with the lone SDF candidate right now, as far as the first round is concerned. leading, and the incumbent, who is a minister and supposedly a strong leader of the SKM, trailing. Any surprises as far as Shari is
No,
concerned?
no, no. Sari, I am not too surprised because you'll have to take into the fact that Mr. Lamta has a very huge local support. And in spite of the fact that he defected when and joined the SDF party last minute because he was denied a ticket, and now he's leading, is maybe it's the indication. Of course, the ground support that he has a lot of youth support with him, and of course, Mr. Kunganimar, the lecturer, the sitting MLA, is a senior journalist, very respected in the community as well as in Sikkim politics. But somewhere down the line, maybe maybe they're looking for change, the Siari people, Janta. But again, I'd say like this is just the first round results, and we just wait till the second and the third counting results are out to get a clearer picture. But yes, I'm not surprised with the Shari trends.
Okay, and as far as, is it any indication of his performance as a as a minister as well?
Yes, maybe his age, played a major role because he's a senior citizen, and his health he has been not keeping well for some time, and maybe the connect with his people, the janta, and of course the youth. Maybe there's some disconnect there, and that could have played a major role.
Yeah, in fact, Sarika, I also wanted to come to that. So, Mr. Kunkan Nimalepcha, he is a veteran leader, whereas you mentioned that the youth support has been with Tenzing Norbu. So, is that a factor that is working in for the SDF, and whereas although he defected from the SKM, it's the support remained with him. It's not that the people are supporting a party; they are supporting the leader, the face. In fact,
Yes, this is one big reason where he's leading. He has a huge youth support. So I think Mr. Lamta took the support with him, and whichever party he went to. And I think this is also an indication that people would be voting not only for the party but also for the individual candidate. The personality and what he brings to the table, what he brings to his local people, to his constituency. So I think that also played a major role. Here we can safely say that it's not the party, but I think it's the individual who's making an impact.
and Sarika, I was also asking the same question to Karma here. Baichung Bhutia, who is contesting from Karma's village, is actually. So he's been the talk of the town. He's been the talk of the political scenario ever since, especially after his party, Hamro Sikkim party, merged with SDF. So, is it likely that he is going to score a political goal this time?
Not likely.
A very clear answer there. Not likely.
Yes. Not likely, not likely. Mr. Bachung Bhutia, despite, he's one of our icons of our country, our state, and we are extremely proud of him. And also as, but as far as his political career is concerned, he hasn't been able to leave a mark. Somewhere down the line, I think it's if I Karma would understand if I say this in Nepali ki politics like happen, where he didn't like sort of
Fit in.
it didn't, somehow it's not the luck has the political luck, leading luck hasn't been with him. And I do not think so because I'm looking at the Barung results, and it was expected that he's not going to win the seat. So I'm not surprised with the Barung results. And and I was looking at this Akot Burtuk first round results in front of me because it's a very keenly contested seat. With a sitting MLA, of course, TV Thapa, who D.R. Thapa, who is the BJP president of Sikkim, and he won the seat in the previous in 2019 on an SDF ticket. And of course, we have Kala Rai. She's one of the women contestants from SKM, and she has a huge base, especially among women voters. She's also the president of the Nari Shakti of SKM party. So the first round results is clearly showing Mrs. Kala Rai leading. But again, we don't know because this is a very close fight between Mr. Dia Thapa and Kala Rai. So this is one seat that we should be, like keenly looking at.
But Sarika, just now, as far as the first round is concerned, a clear lead by 536 doesn't really count to a close fight as far as Sikkim is concerned. But fantastic to see a female leader there leading Kalarai with 1599 votes there in Upper Burtuk. So a great one there that we'll of course be watching out. The other interesting seat that I wanted to talk about is choice of seat for the incumbent chief minister, which is Renok. As I was saying, predominantly it is a Brahmin Baun dominated seat always, isn't
Baun
it?
Chetri seat, yes.
Interesting. So against all the Baun Chetris, Tamang has gone to fight, and he's leading in the second round as well now. First, second round, both have gone to him, and he's leading, and the closest rival is Somnath Porial of the SDF, and he's leading by 3,232 votes. So I think this Renok constituency is sending a clear signal, to the rest of Sikkim, where the state is going. So round 1 and round 2 done as far as Renok is concerned. Incumbent Chief Minister PS Tamang, their clear leader.
Yes, when it was a huge surprise when Mr. Gole decided to contest the Renok seat, the Renok seat is, of course, it was held by SKM in the past as well. But like you said, to break into a Chetri Bawan stronghold, and we have a Tamang candidate trying breaking into the Chetri Bawan community. It's a big surprise, and people not voting for somebody from their community. Again, that you'll have to also take it. Take into consideration the Namchibung seat, which is of course another key seat where Mr. Pawan Chamling is contesting against Raju Basnet of SKM. Again, we have the Chetri Bawan dynamics playing here. It's a clear indication that I think the popularity of Mr. Prem Singh Gole has played a major role here in the Renok constituency, and people were also looking for some kind of. I felt that Renok was a little. I would not say neglected, but it was really not into focus in the previous government, maybe due to the previous MLA not really working towards the people. Now, if the chief minister is, sitting chief minister contesting from the seat, I think it's the popularity of the SKM party and, of course, Mr. Gole. And this has got nothing to do with the caste and the community dynamics here now. This is like surprises after surprises this time in Sikkim, and let's wait and see. More surprises would unfold, I'm sure.
Some of the seats, I think we can call on Renok. I think we can say that it's gone to now with round 2 gone. We can start calling the seats. So I think 2 clear wins for Sikkim Krantikari Morcha. Renok, Dharamdin also, Sarika, I think we can say that it's gone Sikkim.
Yes, Dharamdin and also Nathang Machong.
Okay. So there Mingma Norbu Sherba with round 2 is leading by 3,523 votes. If you consider UP Bihar, it will not be much, but if you consider Sikkim, this is a great lead. Sikkim population is very low for viewers outside, I just want to say. We are awaiting, as far as the other areas are concerned, Zungu, interestingly, there are 5 rounds. Till the second round, Sikkim Krantikari Morcha is still leading Pinchonamgia Lepcha with 2,651 votes. If you can also get some voice from Zungu at this point, would be interesting. So, any other interesting fight that you see? I don't see any fight at all right now. The entire state is in the
No,
throes
I
of.
also do, yeah, yeah. No, there seem to be no fight. It's just looks like SKM marching forward. But what is interesting is I'm just looking at the the trends, and we've had a lot of nota votes this time. I mean, even considering the fact, even like see in round one, there's 80 or 90 people, uh, voting nota. I think that also is an indication, because this is interesting. The
Okay,
nota votes.
okay, interesting. So Yuksam Tashiding also, I think round two we can give it to Sikkim Krantikari Morcha, Chiring Thenrik
Uh,
Bhutia, who's leading with about 2,622 votes. I think Gyatso is with us. I will just see if Gyatso Lepcha is there from Zungu. Gyatso, can you hear me? Gyatso? Kalen, do we have Gyatso?
Not yet. So we're trying to connect with Gyatso Lepcha, but if you look at the screen right now, so this is how Sikkim looks like right now, all in purple, or like, if I'm not wrong about the color, and the small green dot that you see is SDF, and the rest is all.
The dot is so
SK.
small, it might just be a tree for all we know. Like, it's. Karma, did you expect this kind of a sway? This early?
No,
This early?
no.
This early?
I didn't expect this. I knew, as I was talking to many people, that SKM would be back to power, but I didn't expect it to be a clean sweep as it's appearing to be. I think people of Sikkim want to give SKM party another chance. So, second chance again, and it's a clean sweep. So, clear indication of where Sikkim is going. And earlier, Sarika, we were also discussing the mindset of the people of Sikkim. We've not really gone the Kerala way or the Rajasthan way, where we give one party a chance every time, and that's not happened. This time also it's not happened. So there is a trend that our mindset is, since we are under a monarch for such a long time, that we do not want to disturb and want to see that continuity going as far as our leaders is concerned, depending on their slight performance. Not that most of the chief ministers have not performed. Narbadur Bandari left a legacy behind as far as his performance in the education sector or connectivity is
yes.
concerned. Then came Mr. Pawan Kumar Chamling, who again left a legacy with his organic Sikkim or taking tourism to another level. Now, as far as P.S. Gole is concerned, he's got his own legacy. Now, what he does with the second term is interesting to see, isn't it, Sarika?
Yes, I think people would want to give SKM a second chance because, in spite of all the so-called shortcomings and people not being happy with the government, and of course you cannot please anybody, but you'll have to take into consideration 2 years of their governance were taken away by the COVID pandemic, and now, of course last year we had the glove Tisa glove event, a major natural disaster in Sikkim. So. You'll have to give them the benefit of doubt, and of course give them another chance. I think it's fair to say that yes, people would want to give SKM another chance, and let them prove themselves in the next government. And having said that, again, like you said, Karma, we do not want to sort of break the peace, or like you I would say in Nepali कि राम्रो चलिरहेको छ, सबै राम्रो छ, ठिकै छ, and who would want to break that? But yes, but even if SKM comes back to power, which looks very likely at this stage, um, it's got a huge task in its hands. Like, it's not going to be so easy for SKM in this term, because they'll have to undo a lot of things. They'll have to streamline their policies, their governance, and really send out a positive message that yes, they are here to work for the people and make the change that they really promised the state in 2019. So yeah, people are giving them a second chance, I would say that.
So people are giving them a second chance. There you can see the map of Sikkim. We've been looking at where it's going, and I think it has surprised some people who said that SDF might come back, but there was a clear voice as far as ground, the real message from the ground is concerned. And when you are traveling in Sikkim, do not travel in the upper tier. Always be on the ground. Go to the local tea shops, meet people, go to the pawn shops. There you will get the real information, the real knowledge. And there, as far as the verdict was concerned, it was very clear. Many people there on the ground telling me that, look here, SKM is going to come back. There's no chance for the SDF. What happens to Pawan Kumar Chamling from here on, Sarika? Just like Narbadur Bandari, will he now quietly, take retirement?
Yeah, for like you said, the ground realities where you really have to talk to the people at the grassroots to understand what's really going on in their minds. And of course, when like traveling in local taxis also is a very good way to gauge the mindset of the people. So although people were quite vocal about their resentment and their dissatisfaction over the policies and certain governance and programs of the SKM party and against certain leaders of the party. But in the end, like of course, all that matters is how many votes they get. So going by the trends, yes, people have given them a second chance, and they voted for SKM ultimately. What happens to Mr. Pawan Chamling now? Now that's a huge question, And after 25 years in power, and this election was very crucial for him. Is very crucial for him. It's a do or die situation as far as his political career is concerned. But let's not write him off immediately, because SDF party is here to stay. I'm sure, like they have a lot of young people, young blood, and a lot of enthusiasm. They still have the popular support with them, and yeah, I think now SDF has to come up, it has to reinvent itself, so that it stays in relevance in Sikkim politics. But as of now, what I see, it's going to be SKM and for the next 5 years.
Right. Earlier also we had Mr. Nar Bahadur Bhandari's party. It's interesting sometimes that the youth of today don't even remember the name of that party. It had the symbol of the elephant, and it dominated the political scene for so many years. At one time it was said that nothing can shake the elephant, but then Pawan Kumar Chamling came in and shook the elephant and brought it down, and then ruled Sikkim for 25 plus years. And then you said that nothing could move SDF party, and then now SKM came and shook the party down. So is there a chance, just like what happened earlier to Mr. Nar Bahadur Bhandari's party, that SDF could also go into oblivion and there will be a new challenger? Do you see any new challengers on the scene with the political might?
I think the Citizens Action Party could, come up as the third front or the alternative, as you might say it, to SDF in the near future, if they can manage to stay together, of course, and consolidate and get the support they need. So I do not think again, if we talk about national parties to play any crucial role yet in Sikkim. and so we are not talking about the BJP or the any other national party as of now. It's going to be SKM. Regional parties will continue their stronghold in Sikkim, and I think we are still not welcoming to national parties in Sikkim, not yet. And yes, Citizens Action Party has a good future, a good chance that they will emerge as a strong opposition this the next term in the government, and of course, SDF is going to remain there. But again, I said that it all depends on how SDF reinvents and takes its program, its policy, its party forward in the next 5 years.
Yeah, and it also depends on whether what Komal Chamling does now. I think she's got the party firmly in her hands, and how she takes it forward.
Yeah, so now I think it's very important. I think the torch has to be now passed on to the younger young leaders like Mrs. Komal Chambling. To have a woman leader in Sikkim, and it's a very good indication. So yeah, we are hopeful that she will emerge as one of our women leaders in the future.
Yangthang, I am just looking at Yangthang, Amit. Yangthang, I think, has gone to SKM, after 3 rounds. So we can call that. Thank you, Sarika, for joining us. I think we will come back to you, maybe one more time later. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, yeah. I think
And
we should wait till about
making
we
the
should wait for
conversation interesting.
I think till about another 1 hour or two. We'll have much clearer picture then.
I think the picture is clear now in most of the constituencies.
Yeah,
Thank
it
you.
is clear, but like just to make it official.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank
Thank
you.
you, Karma.
Yanthang and Gyalsing too. Gyalsing, it's showing that round
Gazing.
three result in progress. It's saying, but round 3 of 3.
Gazing.
Yeah. Gyalsing, Gazing. Loknath Sharma is again. It seems he has won. So.
Where?
On the web, I mean the ECI website saying that it's.
Okay, we are taking all the figures as
from
Amit is
ECI.
saying from the Election Commission of India
So here I
website.
can see that in case of Gyalsing Barniak, Loknath Sharma, his lead is 820. It's a slim lead, but the round 3 is already going on, so it should. And again, in Gyalsing, as I said, the competition here is not between SKM and SDF. Rather, it's SKM up against since the first round. It's been an independent candidate, Kushandra Prasad Sharma, and he's still in the second position. His lead is behind by 820 votes, but we are in the third round. So I am not sure, given how small the constituencies are, that a gap like 820 would be made up.
It's a very interesting fight there in this constituency with Loknath Sharma leading, as Amit is pointing out, with only 820 votes, and their independent candidate giving a fight. Interesting. There must be a story, as far as this particular constituency is concerned, and we will track it closely for you.
Right now, just pointing out one thing, that the biggest lead, as expected, is for SKM. I mean that goes without saying, but interestingly, it's Prem Singh Tamang who has the biggest lead right now. We are talking about the second of the 4 rounds in Renok, and he is leading against Somnath Podyal with over 3,200 votes. So this number could change.
Yes.
But for now, it seems like what as you had said, rightly predicted. Interestingly, in Rinching Pong also, Erung Tenzing Lepcha of SKM is leading against Northern Bhutia, and the margin as of is 2,999.
Yangthang, we can call, is gone to SKM clearly, 3 out of 3. Gyalsing, 3 out of 3. Pankaj Dhungyal, our lone star from Sikkim, is joining us right now. He is slightly injured. Pankaj, can you hear me? Yes. Sound check. I cannot hear you.
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. So, are you getting well soon? Pankaj is nursing an injury. He's just had a operation, got out of hospital yesterday. Very brave to be joining us for this live, although I can see I hope you are sitting down, Pankaj.
Yeah, I'm actually on the bed itself, sitting down.
Okay. So are you going to be? Are you going to fall off the bed looking at the results, or did you expect this complete purple wash?
I don't think there's that big of a surprise coming through because early results, as we are seeing in the trend currently in the first rounds, it's pretty much Sikkim Krantikari Morcha leading, which was pretty much expected. There were a lot of buzz in between in the run up to this counting day today, where a lot of people were of the view that SDF could make a historic comeback, but by the look of things at round one, I think there is only Mr. Lamta, Tenzing Lamta from Shari constituency, who's backed the seat for SDF so far. Rest, most of the constituencies that did seem like dominant for even Sikkim Democratic Front have been taken over by Sikkim Krantikari Morcha itself, including the coveted Poklok Kamrang seat belonging to Mr. Pawan Kumar Chamling, where his counterpart from Sikkim Krantikari Morcha, Bhojraj Rai, SKM candidate from there, is in a leading position at round one. Others among them, I think another very prominent seat belonging to Barung constituency, which had the star sensation, the Indian football legend, Mr. Baichung Bhutia in contention. Baichung too is faltering in round one currently, where Rixal Namgel from Sikkim Krantikari Morcha is currently leading. So it's pretty much an SKM winning most of the seats at round one. That's the update we're getting so far.
Okay. Uh, as far as Barfung is concerned, there is an interesting story which I wanted to share with you, because Barfung is my village, and I've been there in and out recently. We will try to get Okay, Pankaj is still with us. Pankaj, hold on. I'm just telling them the story of Barfung. I was there recently, and when the candidate for Sikkim Krantikari Morcha was announced, the first thing that some of the workers at our farm said, that this person is a nice man. He listens to people, he's down to earth. So he said there's a good choice of a leader. But immediately there were rumbles in the Sikkim Krantikari Morcha, and the people who supported a candidate, a different candidate, they were supporting a different candidate. All of them changed sides and went to support Baichung Bhutia when Baichung Bhutia's name was announced by the Sikkim Democratic Front. So there was a kind of a early noise that maybe Baichung this time would win. But as far as the numbers, Pankaj, is not looking like that again. Politics, Baichung like Phapena is what Sarika said earlier. 3,247 votes is what Rixel is getting right now, and is leading by about 2,000 votes, and it's round one. Can Baichung catch up? Now, the lower Barfung votes will be very, very crucial, because that's a SDF stronghold. We've got a lot of Rai votes coming in, So maybe round 2 and round 3 we'll have to watch from Barfung, isn't it, Pankaj? I don't know where the votes have been counted from for the first round. Pankaj? Pankaj, can you hear me? I can't hear you. I can't hear Pankaj.
There's a bit of a lag in the sound that I'm getting. So could you repeat the question, sir?
There is no question. I was saying Barfung. Did it surprise you, or you were okay? You were thinking that Baichung is not going to get so many votes.
No, given how I think I do have many friends from the media also who belong to the Barung constituency. Many were of the positive. Were pretty. I think they were pretty certain about the fact that this is one time and one occasion where Bhaichung Bhutia could actually be securing an assembly. Assembly seat for himself. He's had a failed attempt in the past also, but this time with the kind of opposition that was in Barung constituency, no heavyweights. Rixel was a pretty much an unknown character, an unknown person in the scene. it did appear like Bhaichung would actually make a great buzz. He'll probably attract the voters from his own home constituency, but that did not happen. And I think it does come as a big surprise that once again Bhaichung is actually lagging behind. His faltering in this particular election campaign.
What's the story in Gyalsing Barnyak constituency? Because there Loknath Sharma, although he's won, I think Loknath Sharma has won from there, but an independent fought him very closely. What is the story there?
It's a story of the ticket from the Sikkim Krantikari Morcha party. He was an A1 grade contractor who did seem like somebody who had a lot of backing from the public as well as from the ruling government, Sikkim Krantikari Morcha. But somehow, Mr. Prem Singh Gole opted to choose a sitting legislator, the incumbent legislator himself, Mr. Loknath Sharma, to be the candidate from Sikkim Krantikari Morcha. However, that didn't sit well with the public as well as I think the candidate himself, Mr. Kusendra. So he opted to go independent, and in the course of the elections, there were a lot of ruckus that happened in areas of gazing, where allegedly Mr. Loknath Sharma has even accused the opposition, Mr. Kusendra, of using some of his supporters to pelt stones at his home and everything. And although there was a lot of buzz that Kushendra might actually sweep away this time, and ultimately Kushendra being a very prominent contractor as well as being closely siding with the Sikkim Krantikari Morcha in the past also. People expected even if he contests as an independent candidate, there was hope from the people that ultimately Mr. Kushendra will be joining the Sikkim Krantikari Morcha. So it was a case of Mr. Gole also opting to not leave Mr. Loknath Sharma, but also giving some opportunity to Kushendra to fight on his own and prove his own mettle. But given how the trend is currently, I think Mr. Loknath Sharma has taken over the. I think SKM has largely tried to propagate their own message. The message being you're not voting for a candidate, you're actually voting for the table lamp symbol. So I think the rhetoric that Mr. Prem Singh Gole had been saying for the past few months in the run-up to the elections, I think people have listened to that particular rhetoric of Mr. Gole, and I think they've all voted for the table lamp. And Kushendra might be faltering. He's not. He's seen as I think he might not win this one in the round one so far.
Arithang also, there seems to be a close fight in Arithang with Arun Kumar Upreti just now leading with about 872 votes only. 2,142 votes is what is polled. Ashish Rai of the Sikkim Democratic Front is a close second in the first round. This because again many thought that
If I may,
Ashish.
just sorry to interrupt, but now we have round 2, and in round 2 SKM has built quite a big lead now. Arun Kumar Upreti is now leading with 1860 votes, little over 1860 votes, and consequently Ashish Rai is trailing. So after round 2 it looks a lot more in the favor of SKM. It was a little close in the first round, but after the second round it is quite clear that it is.
So I think we can call Arithang also in favor of SKM, Pankaj, at this point, looking at the lead.
At this point,
I don't think in round 3 Ashish can make up this lead or not. So here Arithang also, Pankaj, no surprises there. Although Ashish came in with some youth power, not again once again this is the second time he's not been able to make his mark.
Okay, in terms of I think Ashish Rai and Arun Kumar Upreti's fight for Arithang constituency, I think Mr. Ashish Rai came in a bit late. I think the buzz that he created in 2019 when he was denied the ticket by the Sikkim Democratic Front Party, it did seem, I mean he contested independently when STF refused to give him the seat, and the emotional I mean, emotional connection that he could get from the public of Arithang at that point of time. I think he thought even in 2024 he could be riding high on that kind of a emotional connection that he had with the public. But the major problem with Mr. Ashish Rai over the course of last 5 years has been he completely took himself out of the picture for a very long time, and it was only right about the time of the elections that he made a very public joining with back to STF again. And I think joining back to the STF was something that the public didn't like this time, because whatever happened in 2019, the denial was something that people connected very well with him. But this time, I think jumping back on the same ship is something that people couldn't digest as such. And in terms of Mr. Arun Kumar Upreti, I think he's been a very dynamic leader who's been catering to many needs of the youth of Arithang and most of the Gantok constituencies also. He's been a proper popular face after Mr. Prem Singh Gole with Sikkim Krantikari Morcha, as its general secretary also, as the speaker of the assembly house also, as the person who actually made that sacrifice of losing urban development ministry in favor of another legislator, Mr. LB Das, who wanted to switch sides from becoming a speaker and coming back to as a minister with urban development department. So whenever SKM Sikkim Krantikari Morcha needs the necessary sacrifices, it seems like Arun Kumar Upreti rises to the occasion, and somehow that is one important aspect that I think Upreti has been taking along. And given the kind of voter turnout that has come through, I think people still remember how he has been the second in command for Sikkim Krantikari Morcha for a very long time with after Mr. Prem Singh Gole, and people do resonate with him, and that's how I think the results have turned up this time. And Arithang does seem, and it was never a contention, a big debate as such, if whether Mr. Upreti would come back from Arithang constituency or not. But given how, as I mentioned, Ashish Rai lost touch with the public for a good stretch of after 2019 when he faced defeat, and then after just rising to the occasion before election was not something that people today digest in an urban constituency like Arithang. And I think it's pretty much clear it was before the results were declared also that by hook or crook, one way or the other, Arun Kumar Upreti would actually come on top of this.
So very reflective of his leadership, Pankaj, is what you are saying. You know, he's a leader who's performed, shown results on the ground, shown results on the state level, sacrificed when sacrifices were asked of him, and also the connect with his constituency. Now, if you say that the people of his constituency are 100% happy with him, that is not the case, because Ashish is also polling some votes. So there is, I think there is some disconnect somewhere as far as Arun Kumar Upreti is concerned.
Yeah, I think the major disconnect with Mr. Upreti did happen when he was the sitting minister for urban development department, and a huge building right in the middle of Arithang was constructed. The 14-story mall has been a long debated topic in Sikkim, and a lot of Arithang residents resented that because they feared that given the seismic zone 5 of Gantok and most parts of Sikkim, as well as how crowded Arithang as a constituency is in the urban area. So I think a lot of people did fear that 14-story mall would play a very crucial role in terms of a potential damage to the constituency, a lack of water supply because of such a big structure being constructed in the middle of town, in the middle of the constituency. These were some of the important, I think, drawbacks that he that pulled. That didn't help him in the course of the with the public. I think he had some disconnect with the public during that time. But yet, I think in the run up to the elections, he might have made some amendments with the people. Upreti has been somebody who's been, as I said, a lot of well-connected person with the youth. He's got a lot of young people around him, and these are the people who might have gone across for him, propagating the messages of Sikkim Krantikari Morcha and how it is very important for Krantikari Morcha to come back to power in many cases. And I think the only disconnect that people did have was over the construction of the mall. But if that's actually put aside, there is nothing wrong that people have seen about Arun Kumar Upreti as such, and I think people have voted for him this time. Okay.
Karma, I would just interrupt you for a second. Please allow me to update our viewers on Arunachal. Arunachal, we have results of, I mean, trends for the 49 of the 60 seats. Just to add, BJP has already won 10, as said time and again. They are leading on 23 right now, so they seem to be heading towards a majority on it on their own, which was expected. NPP is with 8 seats close, and then PPA is at 3, NCP is on 2, and Congress has 1. So, right now it looks like a absolute sweep for the BJP in Arunachal, with 10 seats in bag and leads in 23. So, right now we have 49 of the 60 constituencies in Arunachal. We have trends emerging for them from the ECI, and BJP is leading on 23 seats out of the, and has won already 10. Their vote share right now is 52.95, and it's interesting that only apart from BJP with 52% vote share, NPP has 19% vote share, but apart from that no party has of course broken into double digits. With Sikkim, I would just like to add once again to our viewers that we now have trends for 29 of the 32 seats. 29 of the 32 seats, and SKM is on 28 seats. Interestingly, what was of interest, Karma, is that the vote share has been pretty similar in terms since the beginning, just above 55% and below 58% for SKM, and it's been similar for SDF too. They have been above 25, below 28. But the gap is so huge now that at this time it's not even a formality calling the elections.
Yes.
BJP has, of course, BJP has some vote share, 4.4% in total. I don't think the BJP was expecting a lot in Sikkim. It was banking on the fact that it is an ally of the SKM. So, and I am now reminded that one BJP leader had once said in the run up to elections, it's Pankaj's story, I remember that if we had not, if we do not work with SKM, we will not even get 500 votes. And despite that, SKM and BJP at least on record went against each other, and that seems to have been a very smart move on the part of SKM, I think, more than the BJP, because BJP being a larger party across the country would have tried to get a lot of seats towards itself, but SKM made it kind of clear that we will fight as separate parties and we will talk about post poll alliance as and when needed. So, that seems to have worked in favor of SKM quite well. And Congress in Sikkim, I don't think there is much to talk about Congress. It has, I can say that right now on just on voting party wise vote share, Nota has pulled 3 times more votes than INC. So, people would rather not elect a candidate than go for Congress in Sikkim. Karma, I just want to understand from you once, why is it that the Congress has never, I mean, for the longest time it depended on Chamling, when he was in the Congress, but it's been quite a while since Pawan Chamling left Congress. Why is it that the party has found it so difficult to break into Sikkim?
No, as far as Congress or any of the national parties are concerned, they will never, looks like they will never really find a footing as far as Sikkim is concerned, because the people have complete distrust of the national parties, distrust that whatever rights they enjoy as Sikkimese will be taken away by these national parties, and there have been threats every now and then from these national parties, not just the national, I mean not really the national parties, but some of the leaders, that the rights and privilege enjoyed by the people of Sikkim, since Sikkim was ruled by a monarchy, was annexed in 1975, still kind of plays around in the minds of the people. Therefore, one of the reasons why the Sikkimese will not vote for a national party, so that fear is still there. That is why they always vote a regional party to power, and we have seen this election after election. If Pankaj is still with us, Pankaj, you are saying that some of the wins, early wins are there with you. Can you take us through some of the early wins?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so far the updates that I am getting is Sikkim Krantikari Morcha in the first and second rounds
Okay, we seem to have lost Pankaj. So interesting.
Hello.
Yeah,
Am
Pankaj,
I?
I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, I think the early trend so far is showing that Sikkim Krantikari Morcha is winning with 29 in 29 constituencies, and SDF has only taken one particular seat, that is the Shari constituency. That's the trend we're getting. And interestingly, Mr. Tenzing Lamta was for the past 5 years he was associated with Sikkim Krantikari Morcha itself. When he was denied the ticket at Shari constituency, that he jumped ship and went back to Sikkim Democratic Front Party. He did a similar kind of a situation back in 2019, where he jumped from STF, Sikkim Democratic Front Party, to Sikkim Krantikari Morcha party on the denial of ticket from by the STF. Then he's done a similar thing again once again in 24, but he does seem as the only candidate who's come through for STF so far. None of the other candidates have been updated, as we have known so far.
Okay, I can't hear Pankaj again. So I will go back to Amit till we get. Are you back, Pankaj?
Yeah, I'm here. Am I audible?
Yes, now you're audible. So please go ahead.
Yeah, in terms of many urban constituencies, we're getting reports that Sikkim Krantikari Morcha has won. Urban here being the surrounding areas of Gangtok. Gangtok constituency in itself, which was a closely contested fight between Sikkim Democratic Front Party's Pinso Namgyal Lepcha, as well as Sikkim Krantikari Morcha's Dile Namgyal Barfungpa. So it does seem as Dile Namgyal Barfungpa has come through as victorious. Pinso Namgyal Lepcha was a sitting legislator back in 2014 to 19. Uh, with the Sikkim Krantikari Morcha ticket into 2014, but he defected to STF party then, and ever since then he's been a very good urban leader for Sikkim Democratic Front Party. And people did see that Gantok constituency and Pinso Namgyal Lepcha is a good connection, that the two the party and I mean the individual and the constituency have a very good connection. But it does seem as Dile Namgyal Barfungka, given he was riding high on Sikkim Krantikari Morcha's lot of promotional activities that happened in the Gangtok town, Dile Namgyal Barfungka has come through as a winning candidate. Dile Kazi, as is commonly called here in Gangtok, he's been a very long-standing politician in the state, and it's pretty appreciable that he's sustained his particular electoral promises for all these years. He had a party with a party that is now defunct, called Sikkim Nationalist People's Party (SNPP), that had been trending back from early 90s itself. It was a defected group from Mr. Nar Bahadur Bhandari's regime back in the days, and he, along with late Mr. Biraj Adhikari, who recently lost his life, these two individuals had carried that party for a very long time. And Dilip Kazi somehow had he'd carried on that particular political will for the people for a very good long stretch of time, and it is congratulatory to him that he's finally come through as an MLA, and he'll be going to the Sikkim Assembly this time. It does appear as Mr. Dilip Kazi has won the seat, along with, I think, Dilip Kazi, and as we had a very long discussion about Mr. Arun Kumar Upreti, it does appear that Arithang constituency once again has been won by SKM party with Arun Kumar Upreti, and Ashish Rai has been taken away from has lost the constituency. It does appear so. The third constituency in Gangtok urban area is the Upper Tadung constituency, uh, which uh, which has been won by Mr. G. Chiring Dungel, GT Dungel, as is commonly called. Mr. Dungel also had switched sides from Sikkim Democratic Front Party to SKM Party back in 2019, where a lot of horse trading did happen, and a lot of STF legislators back then, almost 10 legislators, had actually switched to BJP Party in 2019. Mr. GT Dungel, and along with another former legislator from Namchipung constituency, Mr. M. Prasad Sharma, had defected to SKM party at that point of time. They opted not to join the BJP, and these two were the only BJP legislators who had decided to not to join BJP at that point of time. And now, since Mr. Gichiri Dungel joined Sikkim Krantikari Morcha party, he's been welcomed with open arms by SKM party as well as the public of Upper Tadung. I do live in Tadung constituency itself, so I have seen how his graph has consistently grown in the constituency. He's been seen as this legislator. He is a former bureaucrat who was very well connected with the public for a very long time in his bureaucratic career also, Mr. G.T. Dungel. And apart from it, I think his father being from a lineage of a former police officer back in the regime of the Chogel era, I think Dungel has a very, very good connection with the people of Upper Tadung. He runs a school, a private school under his wife's name in Tadung constituency. So he had a good connection with a lot of youthful crowd from the Tadung constituency who had studied in that school. And apart from it, and I think Mr. Dhungel does seem like a very well learned individual who had upheld the roads and bridges department of the Sikkim bureaucracy up until 2019 when he was granted the seat by Sikkim Democratic Front Party. And this time, I think long before a lot of candidates were declared by the Sikkim Krantikari Morcha Party, it was an early trending 2022 update by Mr. Prem Singh Goli, the Chief Minister of Sikkim, where he clearly stated to the public of Tadung that doesn't matter who comes to power in 2024, we would like to declare Mr. Dhungel as the candidate of Upper Tadung. He had mentioned as such for a very long time, and it was never a bone of contention for SKM to grant that particular ticket from Upper Tadung to any other individual, despite Mr. Dhungel having defected and being a new member in the party, joining only in 2019. In terms of Mr. Dhungel's opposition in,
Any
I think,
relation to
yeah.
you, Pankaj?
That is something I would not like to discuss in public, but yeah, he's my uncle also.
So that's the disclaimer.
He
How can you
happens to
not
be.
We
discuss
would
in
just,
public
yeah,
and
we
then
would
say
just
he's my
like
uncle?
to give out the disclaimer.
He said, I don't want to
He's-
put it
Yeah.
in public and then says he's my uncle.
So he's Pankaj's uncle. So congratulations, I guess, Pankaj, to the family. But I know you as a journalist will remain balanced and will report the facts as always. But
Yeah, I think.
congratulations are due to the family as Pankaj takes
Thank you,
us
sir.
through the numbers. So now once again, Yuksam Tashiding, Chiring Thendup Bhutia looks like a clear winner there with a margin of about 4,812 votes. Chiring Thendup Bhutia of the Sikkim Krantikari Morcha. As we turn, I think the people have started ordering the flags of SKM party online once again. So you will be seeing, as far as Sikkim is concerned, one of the items most ordered today will be the Sikkim Krantikari Morcha flags, because all those people who put up other party flags and all, they'll have to remove it immediately as the trend we see in Sikkim. So
Also, I'm just adding in Chujachen, we have the status as of round of four rounds. Chujachen was one of the first ones where we started getting the the trends, and here it's now a formality to call it. But Puran Kumar Gurung from SKM is currently leading with almost 2,900 votes. So for now, it looks like Chujachen is also going. Although at this point, I mean, we can pretty much say that Sikkim is going through SKM except Shari.
no, the celebrations have already
Exactly,
started. So Yuksam Tashiding with a margin of 4,812 votes as of round 3, Chiring Thendup Bhutia of the SKM party. Yang Thang after 3 rounds, Limbu. What is happening to my pronunciation of my people? Bim Hang Limbu, round 3, Sikkim Krantikari Morcha there leading by 2,556 votes. So Yang Thang also we can call. As far as Maniebong Dentam seat is concerned, there too Sudesh Kumar Subba, there round 3 is done, massive 5,633 votes. Pankaj, take us again through some of the winning seats. I am told that I also have Mr. Gyatso Lepcha, who is an anti-dam activist, a prominent voice from the state of Sikkim, joining us on the from Zungu. Welcome, Gyatso.
Yeah, hello. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. There will be a slight lag, so you'll have to wait for me.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
Anum, you are looking as handsome as ever. My first question is any surprises, because last time we had a conversation, you clearly told me that it is going SKM's way. Again, why did the people of Zungu vote for SKM? What were the main reasons?
If you see the history of electoral politics in for Zungu constituency, Zungu has always followed the same pattern of whoever is in the ruling front. Zongo always voted for the ruling front, so that has always been like this. That's the pattern. That's how Zongo people of Zongo has voted. So when it comes to electoral politics, people of Zongo has never taken the side of the opposition or new with the new party or with the new ideas. So we are not. I'm not surprised because it has always been like this. But then the we also by saying that we also didn't have a good opposition candidate from the region. There is somebody, Mr. Jorbu, from a newly formed party, which is Citizen Action Party. He tried his best, and he has shown it's a good beginning for him. I'm looking at the numbers. Especially the first round, he got a good number, around 500 in a small number of electoral thing. That's a good number. So he is crossed around 1,000 mark. So that's a good beginning for him as an opposition. But then Mr. Pinson Namgyal, the SKM candidate, is winning with a good margin, with a huge margin, around 3,000 votes. So I'm not surprised with why surprised that Zongu voted for SKM, the ruling front, because people of Zongu has always voted for the establishment, for the ruling front.
Right, interesting there. Some of the visuals that are coming in from the counting center, celebrations have already started, but I don't see celebrations in the scale of celebrations that you see in Delhi. So I would say yes, SKM party, and I said earlier the demand for SKM flags will go up. So all the traders who are selling SKM flags will do brisk business now, because everybody will immediately change flags to the ruling colors. So many families will bringing down flags of the other party which they have been sporting till now. So that change will happen. Gyatso, any surprises as far as overall Sikkim is concerned that SKM has come with such a sweeping majority?
We are surprised with this very interesting Sangha seat. No, the only Sangha seat which is very unique in state, which we had Mr. Chitin Tashibutia, which has been very like vocal and always been one of the a prominent figure in terms of for raising the issues of Bhotia lectures particularly, and the Sikkimese in large. So we thought it would been a very tight fight, but it seems the former Sangha candidate, Mr. Sonam Lama, is winning with again very easily, with good margin. So that was a bit surprise for us, given the fact that Mr. Chitan Dashibutia has done so much in his lifetime for taking up the issues of especially the Bhotia lectures. And if you look at the number the voters, the Sangha in Sikkim, the Buddhist Bonk, fraternity, it's all Bhotias and Lepchas who are in majority as voters. So that was a bit surprising. We thought it will be a tight fight, but it looks like it didn't happen. So that was a big surprise. And otherwise, I think we were expecting SDF to do well at least in 4 5 seats, but it seems SDF one or two, maximum 2 seats. I think there's some fight going on. So this is like a second round finished. Some are into third round, so we can by third round everything will be clear. So yeah, looking forward for the wind up of third round.
Yeah, and in most places, the third round has winded up. Yuksam Tashiding going SKM way, Yangtham
Yeah.
also SKM. Manebong Dentam, Sudesh Kumar Subba winning by a margin of 5,633, although this consolidation needs to be done. Barnyak constituency, interesting, Loknath Sharma, the margin is only 963 against a rebellious independent candidate who did not get SKM ticket. So given a tough fight, he's supposed to be a first class contractor, the independent candidate who's given a tough fight to the SKM candidate. So a squeeze with 963 margin. Rinchepung looks like again SKM Dharamdin, big margin. SKM Soren Chakung, of course the incumbent chief minister, with about 2052. That's the margin till round 1. So round 2, round 3 yet to come. The Zum constituency, Madan Century with 2069. That's round 2 yet. So I think we are done with Salgari Zum. Barfung constituency, Riksal Dorji Bhutia. I was talking to him about Riksal, how people on the ground said that he was a very down to earth person who could be reached out to very easily. So that's what people, ordinary people of Barfung who work in the fields, they told me. And they said that Baichung is somebody, they really do not know, and this person is closer home, and he lives in Rabangla, which is the town of our constituency. So Riksal Dorji Bhutia seems to have connected with the people as expected, and there is a win. Second round, he has a margin of 2,872. Gyatso still with us from Zungu, and he's been talking to us. Gyatso, what are you expecting from the new government now? Although the same government, but the new government, what are you expecting for your constituency?
Last 5 years tenure of SKM, I think we have witnessed one of the what you call very down, low on the environment issues, ecological issues. We have all kind of disasters which has happened, and I think Sikkim is still kind of like trying to recover from that, and nothing has been done from last flood. This year, last week, rain has actually exposed everything from the road connectivity with the all kind of infrastructures, and the town in Gangtok, all kind of all city town in the lower side of downstream of Tista is all kind of like having a lot of problem. So we would like to see from new SKM government to rethink the whole idea, whole hydro policy in the states, which I think we cannot take loan every month. We Asian Development Bank has just given us loan to restore all the electricity infrastructures. We already have we loan after loan just to maybe just to run the all this unsuccessful and not viable project in the states, which is just giving us too much of a burden. So we, and also I would like to see more work by SKM government, new government to work on tourism sectors, because that's the only and maybe come up with new policies for tourism industries, infrastructures. They have to build the roads and connectivity, which has hampered actually the tourism industry a lot. So I would like to see more of focus on health sectors, to strengthen the district hospitals, because people from North Sikkim, we don't have good hospitals. Mangan just have one hospital, which is as bad as anything. For ultrasound, we have to travel. All the North Sikkim people from far-flung areas have to travel to Gangtok, 3 to 4 hours travel just to have an ultrasound. So we hope the SKM will focus on more on health, education, connectivity, roads, and less on giving freebies and organizing janta melas and all. So we hope to see more enlightened SKM team and focus more on sustainable development of the state.
Okay, Gatso, I have a question for you. So, what do you think worked for SKM and went against SDF? Was it did GLOF play a major role in this, since the whole dam infrastructure was passed during the SDF government's regime, and there were a lot of discussions regarding corruption in the SDF government? Did it play a factor in this election?
Yes, I think so, because if you look at the statement from the government and Mr. P.S. Gole from right last year, every statement he made was of pointing fingers towards the former SDF government and Mr. Chamling, because SKM changed the whole narrative, saying that all these dams were all MOU was signed during their time, and SKM didn't have any hand on this, didn't have anything to do with this, and I think that narratives also really helped the SKM government. And besides that, of course, any disasters happens in any part of the country, you get a lot of funds, you get a lot of generate a lot of money. So sometimes, in a country like India, in a democratic country like India, we have sometimes disasters actually help the ruling front for having all this money, and then use it in a different in a different channel, through different channel, and probably help to make basically the party more stronger. So because we have seen that from last 8 or 9 months, whatever happened with the Tista flood, nothing has been done. Not a single bridge has been built. So where has all this money gone? So these are something, that the money was pumped in, we get all the support, but then where it went. So yes, the disaster which happened in 2023 October 4th was in a blessing in disguise for, I think, turned up the blessing in disguise for SKM, because they have been able to change the narratives and throw all the blames to SDF and Mr. Chamling.
But then I think, Karma, also SKM will have to be on their toes regarding development in the state. Development cannot mean, and it has been made very clear, development cannot mean just building tall buildings and making huge infrastructures and not protect the environment at all. So this, I think, also is a sign for SKM as well. Right?
That's right. I'm very interested to see what really the SKM party round 2, what kind of a legacy will PS Gole leave this time around, because he's already had year 1 when we saw a massive mall come up in Sikkim. Now if you are to, because every leader is judged by a visual that a person leaves behind, in his tenure, as Gyatso rightly said, the 2 visuals that we have left behind are of the dam in Chungthang that was washed away. That visual is clearly in all our minds. The second visual is when you go to see Gangtok, from every direction you will see a massive building in Gangtok now, which is about 14 or 15 stories. I don't know, it is just above my house. You can see. So that is one of the visual legacies left behind by P.S. Gole. So apart from that, there are a lot of things that have been done at the policy level, giving money, dole. So all these things have been done by the government, but the lasting legacy by which people judge a leader is yet to be seen. Lasting legacy by which a people judge a leader, Nar Bahadur Bhandari, late Mr. Nar Bahadur Bhandari, schools and roads. The roads are not huge, the roads are not 4-lane, 5-lane, but he saw that every corner of Sikkim was connected by road, and he saw that every corner of Sikkim had a school. Pawan Kumar Chamling, two big legacy that he left behind are Organic Sikkim. I know there are a lot of critics saying that it did not succeeded, we don't know. But Organic Sikkim, yes, he made a name for Sikkim, not just in India but across the world. Second, of course, the upgradation of tourism, not thanks to overall, thanks to him for what has happened with the tourism in Sikkim. So it will be very interesting to watch Mr. P.S. Tamang in his second year in power there. The celebrations have started across Sikkim with the SKM workers. What he will leave behind, the legacy that he will leave behind, the legacy that he will make in the next 5 years will be very interesting to see. So that is what is expected, Kalyan, really. So Gyatso has been telling us about, the worry. So there are two kinds of citizens of Sikkim. One, I'm coming to you, Gyatso, one who's oblivious, they don't know anything. They are not worried, they are getting a little money, they have got one job, one family, one job, they have got a job in the government, they are happy, side income here and there they get, that is one. The other one is a conscientious citizen like Gyatso, who is also an activist, and because he is an activist, he likes to think. So when he thinks, he is worried about the loan. He is saying the state is getting more and more loan, so I am worried what will happen to my children, because my children will have to indirectly bear the loan of the state government. Gyatso, you wanted to point out something.
Yeah, I mean, what I just want to add one last thing. What worked for SKM in the because last just before the election, 1 month before the election, they had given I think 30,000 plus people memorandum in their hand for a job. So there is like Sikkimese youth, young people holding memorandum now in the hand of their job, which they are hopeful to get it after once the SKM comes into power. So that kind of like the trump card which SKM played, I think really worked in their favor. So the first thing we want to see is how whether this all this 30,000 plus people who has memorandum in their hand, hopefully they will get justice, they will get the work order, and then they will be put on to sent to their own respective department, and will start earning and will start join the work. So there are a lot of challenges, even if SKM is coming into power for initially 2 months will be very very something the whole of Sikkim will be looking forward to.
Okay. And meanwhile, in Lachen Mangan, Samduk Lepcha is leading by 974 votes. In fact, almost close to 1,000 votes in Lachen Mangan, which is in North Sikkim, and like the trend has been pretty much clear since the first phase of voting began. Counting began. The Sikkim Krantikari Morcha is now leading in 29 out of 32 seats, and SDF is leading in just 1 seat. We are yet to see Citizen Action Party open its account.
I don't think they'll open their account at all. At this, going by this rate, Kalyan, it looks like very difficult. We'll look at these visuals coming in, celebrations, but I think people are still confused.
Yes.
So
these are visuals from gazing.
So people are still confused. Gyatso is still with us. Gyatso,
Yeah.
Finally, I would just like to say thank you for joining us for now. Maybe we'll come back to you later. Remember, I just want to tell our viewers from Northeast and beyond that Gyatso runs this wonderful homestay called Mayalyang homestay in Zungu. He and his wife are wonderful hosts. So if you get a chance, and I say, you know, tourism is not about going to
Yeah.
a fancy hotel. Tourism is always about going to the people, you know, and meeting people. And Gyatso gives you that experience. When you go to his house, he will sit with you, he'll talk to you, he'll tell you his family history, he'll tell you history of the land, he will take you on walks, and his wife will feed you the most wonderful local food and cuisines and all. It's a great experience. So look up Gyatso and his homestay on Instagram and Facebook. And yeah, thank you, Gyatso. We'll come back to you.
Yeah, pleasure. Thank you, Aga, for having me.
So that is where it stands in Sikkim, Kalyan. If you can take us through, I think, you know, as we discussed from round 1 to round 3, now we can clearly call some of the seats. Yuksam Tashiding, SKM Yangtang, SKM Manebong Dentam, SKM Barnyak, SKM Rinchepung, second round, but we can say that in Rinchepung 2, it will be Irung Tenzing Lepcha of the Sikkim Krantikari Morcha. Rinchepung, remember, is one of the most beautiful places in Sikkim. If you take out 100 rupees note, if you see the Kanchenjunga in that 100 rupees note, that is the view that you will see from Rinchepung. Also a place, there's a duck bungalow there, old British one, where Rabindranath Tagore is said to have visited and wrote some poems in Rinchepung. So it's one of the grand places of Sikkim where not many tourists know about. So Rinchepung certainly. So there it's again going Sikkim Krantikari Morcha.
Speaking of grand, the margin is also grand. It's 4,000, almost close to 5,000
Yes.
votes.
Almost 5,000. And grand, I don't mean by UP or Bihar standards. UP, Bihar. Also would like to apologize to our viewers for our flickering screen because we are on generator power. And I think with generator power comes some screen fluctuations. I'm glad that our computer has kept up. So we are on generator power, something that we should vote for here in Assam in the next assembly constituencies. There is no electricity, so that's why the screen is flickering. So please do forgive us for that. Soreng, you know, big constituency where the incumbent chief minister is fighting round 1. He is leading, 2 rounds still to go. So Soreng, Salgara Zum, Barfung constituency. So all these constituencies except for one, if you can bring up the map, going to Sikkim Krantikari Morcha. Kalyan?
Yeah. So that's the map we have right now. So in fact, we are in third phase of counting, and we can, in fact, results for a lot of constituencies have already come up. It's pretty much clear which party has made it, dominated the constituency. Yaksum Tashiding, Sering Tendu Bhutia is leading by almost close to 5,000 votes, and it's round 3 of the counting going on in Yangthang. Again, SKM's Phimhang Limbu is leading by over 2,500 votes. Third phase of counting is underway there as well. In West Pendam, Sikkim Krantikari Morcha's Lal Bahadur Das is leading by almost 2,000 votes. Here too, third and final phase of counting is currently underway. In Upper Tadong, GT Dungel of SKM is leading by close to 3,500 votes, and it's third out of fourth phase of counting. And moving on to Upper Burtuk, Kalarai of SKM is leading by almost 2,500 votes, and it's in the final phase of counting. In Tumen Lingi, again SKM Samdup Sering Bhutia is leading by almost 2,000 votes. In Tembi Namping, Bedu Singh Pant of SKM again is leading by almost 1200 votes, but it's still in the first phase of counting. The tides may change as the day progresses. Prem Singh Tamang of SDF is the only, I think, is the only leader who's leading from SDF, and he's leading by close to 2000 votes. Then in Shari, Tenzing Norbu Lamtha of SKM is leading by 1476 votes, and it's in the third phase of counting. Sangha is yet to, the counting is yet to begin.
Sangha also, I think Sangha clearly SKM is leading. There the figures are not there, but I am told that SKM party, the incumbent Sonam Lama, is all set for a win. That's what we've been talking about earlier also. So interesting, Kalyan. Just look at the vote share. If you look at the vote share, it is clearly SKM with 57.84% of the votes going to SKM party. Now, a lot of people ask me from outside, where is BJP? BJP is nowhere with about 5.4%, and I'll know where those votes came from. We know where those votes came from, so just about 5%. Indian National Congress has almost none, 0.35%. Nota, none of the above, is just now better. So if the Congress party and Nota would have fought, Nota would have won, because Nota is getting about 1%. So this is where it's playing. So right now all SKM, the only one seat where SKM SDF has given a fight, there's only one seat in Shari. Other than that, everywhere else. And in Renok, the incumbent Chief Minister has won. Poklok Kamrang, there Mr. Bhojraj Rai of the Sikkim Krantikari Morcha set to win. And Namthang Ratepani also, Sanjit Kharel of the Sikkim Krantikari Morcha is set to win. I mean, we can almost call. So at this point, at about 9:21, we can call it, I think, clearly, Kalyan, and say that Sikkim Krantikari Morcha is back in power with an overwhelming majority, something that many people in Sikkim did not imagine. There were rumblings that SDF would give a fight, but I don't think so, because one is clearly not a fight at all. So there's been no fight, no noise from anywhere else. So they have managed to steal, not even steal, I think they've managed to own what was theirs always, and this is the result. Celebrations on, so if you are into manufacturing of flags, concentrate on making only SKM flags, because the entire Sikkim landscape now, because last time when I went to Sikkim, I could see one or two, every house, every constituency, there were lots of other flags, especially of SDF. All that SDF flags will have to be changed. All the Facebook videos where people were seen bringing down SKM flags, I think those people will start putting up videos with them putting up SKM flags again. That's how the color changes in Sikkim.
This is the time when I wish I was in Hindi paper, because I would have said the headline Sikkim says मैं प्रेम की दीवानी हूँ. Like, these are the times when I wish I could give headlines like that, because I can't give it in English because nobody will get the message. But Sikkim has clearly said मैं प्रेम की दीवानी हूँ. Sikkim has put Kareena Kapoor to shame with her infatuation for Hrithik Roshan, and I mean, I remember once, like in 2004 or something, there was once an election in Lok Sabha election, that too, where the AIA-DMK or DMK, one of them wiped out the state completely, and the other party ended up with actual zero. This is historic, even by Northeast standards. This is historic.
Yes,
I mean,
historic, but at the same time concerning as well. And in fact, Sikkim is headed towards an opposition-less government. So,
well, see, there is nothing good that comes out when a party wins 31 out of 32 seats. Let's be very clear. For democracy, it is pretty much the worst thing that can happen. A democracy without an opposition is very much like a, and I don't want to crack bad jokes right now, but a Porsche without brakes.
Exactly.
And we know what happens
What
when,
happens when-
yeah, when there are no brakes and it is run by a toddler.
Even it has brakes.
Even when it has brakes. So this is disastrous in terms of democracy. But part of democracy is, in fact, you cannot say that you believe in democracy if you do not respect the mandate.
Exactly.
And in terms of mandate, I think this is also an indicator from the people that you want support here, we have given you. Now let's see what you do for us. And as I said, SKM did something very smart, which Mr. One of our guests also said, that handing out memorandums of you're getting jobs.
Yes.
So to borrow the lines of
Lepcha was saying
BJP,
that,
BJP line अच्छे दिन आने वाले हैं. Like, and in Sikkim, as Karma said, there is a very strong oblivious set of people, right? As long once you get a job, see, unlike other parts of Northeast, Sikkim does not suffer from things like chronic hunger or deprivation, landlessness. These are not issues in Sikkim. They are not nearly as big as an issue in, say, other parts of the Northeast. So if you get a government job, in principle you are living a pretty comfortable life. So in a state where you already have the standard of living is slightly better than the rest of the country anyway, if you are sure that the government will give you a job, there is nothing stopping you from voting for them. And as we said, like Karma explained it very well, that it's the history of having kings or being a kingdom. You don't change leadership. You don't, because it's almost seen like betraying your khoon wala. It comes like that, I have voted for this guy the last time, I cannot not vote for him this time. And if anything, even the ones who voted for SDF last year have made it very clear that we are not. And a lot of people had said that Ashish Rai's switch to SDF will give them rejuvenate. Last time, I was talking to Pankaj, and Pankaj was telling me that had Ashish Rai remained in SDF at that time, he would have probably, Chamling would have probably come to power. Now 5 years can be a huge change, and we are seeing now that despite coming back to SDF, and I think I don't want to sound rude, but somebody has to write about the political dud that is Baichung Bhutia. Like despite being, and I know it's too early to say that, but it's almost like in some way he's like Sikkim's own like Rahul Gandhi, wherein people listen to him, people act like they're listening to him, people they're whenever see, let's be honest, every time Baichung Bhutia holds a rally or holds a protest or anything, people will always come.
And he's trailing by a huge margin.
That's
in
what I'm saying, it's
more than 4,000 votes.
In a state where
And
there are only,
this is despite him being very vocal about issues, being using his popularity at its best, and being on camera, being coming out strongly about everything that matters, so be it social, economic, environment or political. He has an opinion regarding everything, and but despite that, people are not willing to accept him as a leader or a politician. So that's another thing. And also, Amit, Sikkim has had this history. SDF was in power for 25 years. So people here choose a party, give them an opportunity which is much longer than 5 years.
exactly,
So that
exactly.
you can make the changes.
Exactly. And those things have, in both in the case of Nar Bahadur and in case of Pawan Chamling, these two, their reigns have shown extremely good
And before
performance.
that, Congress had its government in
Exactly, when-
Sikkim, and now if you look at it, had Nota been a person,
Yeah, I said
Nota would
yeah,
have
exactly.
won.
So for
Although
every,
Nota does not hold
yeah,
any
Nota does
importance in
not
our
win,
voting
but
system.
Thrice as many people have chosen Nota over Congress. And see, this is what I will talk about this on the 4th also, although it's a formality now. But this idea that people will vote for us and taking it for granted, like look at BJP. BJP did contest seats, right? And BJP has nothing to show. But BJP is not worried because BJP knows that the SKM, see, at a national level, anyways, let's be honest, how much of Sikkim matters anyways? We have an MP. One member of parliament is not going to change anything. So at a, in fact, now what I want to see is what does, earlier, like I came to EastMojo in 2020, and at that time when I came here, we used to see whenever we used to edit Sikkim stories, we used to say SKM and BJP on equal footing. Like they used to talk, and this is something the BJP does very well, that no matter whether they have 1 seat or 2 seats in Meghalaya, for example, at least in the last government, A.L. Hek and Sulai used to talk as if they are they are the reason why the Conrad Sangma government exists. But when the results happen, they retained just those 2 seats. This time BJP has not managed to make any dent in Sikkim, any dent. Now sure, for people who follow the BJP, it's not a problem, okay. But I want to know what Sikkim BJP has to say to this performance, because surely they expected to have at least some seats to talk, bargain with. The fact that they are not even, as far as I am aware, they are not even second on any seat.
Yes, it's the battle is mostly between SKM and SDF.
I mean, calling it a battle at this point is almost like you are being offensive to Chamling, but fair enough. But yeah, even when SDF did not come second, independent candidates have done better. And I don't know what Sikkim BJP has to say about this. The fact that their performance has been so atrocious.
I think they'll just
it's like we don't. It's okay because
they are alliance partners.
But that's the thing. Now what I want to know is what will be the grounds of alliance. What happens if SKM wins on say for example on 4th, if they win the MP election also, then
there is a possibility looking by the trend.
That's the thing. They might be a part of NDA, but the one thing that I want to see is what can Tamang do, Prem Singh Gole, what can he do now with this mandate? He does not need BJP's backing in any manner, way or form now to run the state government. In fact, he doesn't need anybody's backing, So what will the next 5 years hold for Sikkim? Now he can't say that the opposition is stifling anything or the opposition is doing. You have the mandate, you have run over the elections, and if this is not a sign, this is also dangerous though. As you said, this is actually not good for democracy, and definitely not good for democracy in Sikkim. But that said, we will have to be carefully watching as to what happens next.
Okay, we'll come back to Sikkim, but before that, let's shift our focus to what's happening in Arunachal. So, just to give you a walkthrough of the numbers that we have, BJP had already won in 10 seats in Arunachal. So, basically counting is going on for 50 seats, where BJP is right now leading in 31, NPP is leading in 8, Nationalist Congress Party is leading in 4, People's Party of Arunachal is leading in 3, and independent candidates are leading in 2. So
I would just add that there was a flicker of hope for this briefest period. Congress was leading in 1 seat in Miao, and it gave a very false impression that Congress had a big area because Miao is a big constituency in size. But as it turns out, that is also gone now and it's gone to BJP. Now it's BJP is leading. So Congress, as most people expected, are unlikely to open their account. NCP is on 4 seats, NPP is on 8 seats. See, this is what Kalyan, before the elections we were talking about how Arunachal will be an absolute landslide and Sikkim will be a close fought contest. However, it seems as of now
it's
the opposite, right? And Arunachal might have a semblance of an opposition because, and again this might change after elections, like we also thought there will be a semblance of opposition in Manipur after 2022, but within days it became clear that the ruling government had 55 of the 60. So we will have to see what PPA does, what NPP does, what NCP does. But for now though, it looks like an absolute, I mean, nobody expected, let's be honest, nobody, absolutely nobody. In Sikkim at least there was an outside chance that Chamling might make a return. But in the case of Arunachal, there was never a doubt that Khandu was going to lose.
Okay,
and
we
that
have inputs coming in from Sikkim. There is the reports that SKM party is expected to reach the governor's house to form the government by 3 p.m.
I'm just surprised. Why are they waiting till 3 p.m.? Like what?
To be sure.
Maybe
So
they're just partying, like for now. Like
yeah, let's have the party before and then.
yeah, I mean, at 31 out of 32, like if Pankaj, if you are watching this, can you please go to Shari and ask them what happened to them? Like how does the Shari, the prospective MLA.
So from Namchi, Singithang, round one results says Krishna Kumar Rai of SKM party is leading by 3,389 votes, followed by Bimal Rai of SDF, who is at 1,043 votes. In Namthang, Ratepani, round two results, Sanjeet Kharel of SKM is leading with 5,491 votes. At Barung, Rikshal Dorji Bhutia of SKM is leading with 5,826 votes. In Meli, round two results, Nar Bahadur Pradhan is leading with 6,786 votes. In Poklok Kamrang, round two results, Bhoraj Rai of SKM again is leading with 5,824 votes. In Temi Namping, round two results, again SKM's Bedu Singh Pant is leading with 4,609 votes. So huge margin across the state. In fact, in most of the in all of the constituencies but one where SDF is leading, that is where Pawan Chamling is contesting. Apart from that, in all the seats, SKM is leading, and it is likely, but it's probably a mere formality that we will have to wait for the final results. Otherwise, from the current trend, it is very likely that the SKM is going to form the next government, or is going to form the government again in Sikkim. Meanwhile, in Arunachal, the BJP is leading in. Let me remind you that the BJP has already won in 10 seats and is leading in 31 as of now. The National People's Party is leading in 8. The NCP is leading in 4. People's Party of Arunachal is leading in 2, and independent candidates are leading in 2. Congress is yet to open its account. The party which is contesting in 19 seats and was hoping to make inwards and make a comeback, in fact, is yet to open its account in Arunachal Pradesh. So the map is mostly saffron, pardon me, it's orange as of now, apart from a few other seats, and NPP is with the second largest, the party which is leading in the second largest, in the second position as of now with 8 seats. Amit, what could have been the factor in Arunachal Pradesh? Development, roads?
But it's sure. Also, as I said in the beginning, they have a CM who's very visible, leads from the front. Like Arunachalis in general do reflect a sense of pride when they talk about Pema Khandu. It's again because of the legacy of his father too. Let's not forget that. And I think unlike a lot of CMs who are like, I'm not comparing, but look at our Assam CM, for example, who also speaks on a lot of other issues. He will talk about everything under the sun, and he likes to make statements that keep him in news. And Khandu is on the other side. Let's be honest, in the last 5 years, you and I will struggle to think of 5 controversial. Like think of a Biplab Dev, for example. Biplab Dev was coming up with gems every month, right, about something or the other. Khandu, on the other hand, maybe again, as I said, and it's because his political acumen is like second to none. So he understands that his state is it's a huge state in size, very less people. It's a community-led state. It's not a state where people often think beyond their communities. In Arunachal, it is very common to see people thinking of how does this help my community, right? So it's not just individual; it's also a community-led thing. And Khandu time and again has shown that he is not somebody who thinks only about his community, like whether it was when our editor-in-chief Karma went to the place where the roads were inaugurated. There was no reason for him to be there. He could have sent ministers, right? But he went because he knows what it means for people who live in the remote areas of Arunachal, where you have, let's not forget, Arunachal has districts where there are 30,000 people living. a district. These are not even the size of constituencies in some places, and in Assam and Arunachal that's the size of a district. But that has not meant that Khandu tends to ignore areas like that. He might be the CM of Arunachal, but he is not an Itanagar based CM. You see how many times he is in Tawang, for example. Now, of course, it makes sense. Tawang is a strategically important place and all that. And in that regards, like the fact that they have talked about and I think the way he handled the APPSC scam, it did help him. He made it as if he did not, as I said, he did not make it sound as if it was the handiwork of the opposition or somebody, the typical
he did
opposition.
not shy away from
he said,
admitting the
yeah, he
faults.
said it very clearly that it's not my thing. Yes, I mean I accept that it's a fault. We get it. We will work on it, and there is nothing wrong with the fact that people are protesting. They have a right to protest.
Within less than a year's time, the new body was formed
Exactly,
and people were appointed.
and even when you went to the ground, there was a lot of anger against the corruption, but that was not necessary. And people have to remember, anger against a minister, anger against a government. Just because I am angry at BJP does not mean I will not vote for BJP. There is a difference. I learned this lesson in Gujarat, where in Surat there were huge protests during the VAT and leading up to VAT and everything. And when the election results came, BJP won 15 of the 16 seats in Surat, in the larger Surat area. And I spoke to a gems exporter, a diamond merchant who was leading the protest. He said कि अपने लोगों से ही गुस्सा करते हैं ना, that you get angry at the people you care about or who care for you. Why will I get angry at somebody who does not care for me? So just because I am angry with, let's say I was angry at Pema Khandu over the APPSC leak, that doesn't mean I'll vote for Congress. And here is the ugly truth. In Arunachal, now that Pema Khandu is with the BJP, the only one who can defeat him has to be a national level party. Regional parties cannot stand up against him in any manner, way or form. And last but not the least, it helps when you have 330 crore rupees in your bank balance. So it has never been a problem for people to win elections when you have just a few hundred crores lying in your account. So
Kama, you've been to some of the far-flung areas of Arunachal Pradesh. You've been to you've been close to the borders. You've interacted with people where other peoples don't visit, or the national media or the conventional media does not visit. What is your observation from for Arunachal? What worked out for Pema Khandu?
I think what has worked for Pema Khandu is that he is a chief minister on the move. One, he's always on the move, and he's been to every constituency, and he says that if I do not connect with the people, then I'm useless in this seat. So the amount of travel, just go back and look at the kind of traveling that he has done. Number one. Number two is his belief on visual changes that his state needs to do in terms of roads. Look at the development road. Now, a lot of people argue saying these are from central funds, this, that and all, the state does not have fund. So, he is very clear that he wants to change. The airport, for instance, that came up in Itanagar. Now, again, people who want to criticize say there are only a few flights. That's not the case. He's built an infrastructure which will be there for the people to use
for decades.
For decades.
Exactly.
So he's built a legacy there. So he is making tangible changes so that when his supporters go out to ask for votes and say, what has Pema Khandu done? They've got, okay, number one, we've built road. Number two, we've done this. Number three, education, we've done this. So he believes in this. And the other very impressive thing I have seen about this BJP government led by Pema Khandu in Arunachal Pradesh, this accountability, and they want to move to processes. Like you were talking about how the examinations, the selection boards, everything has moved online, so that there is very little space for tinkering. The state assembly, for example, is paperless. The government is paperless.
And it went paperless like 3 years ago. It's not even like last year or something. And to go paperless in a state where people don't even, like for most people, they still are under the illusion that, oh, Arunachal mein internet will be so difficult. But that's also a testament of how strong the network and all have become, that you can afford to go paperless. And you can, as you said, like if you think of we may not have pictures, but I am absolutely sure that if the last 5 years you will find a picture of Pema Khandu in every district or every constituency in some way or the other. He's been leading the project for roads to Vijayanagar. That road is near completion. He's built. He's responsible.
So I'll give
for
you an example of tallie. Everybody talks about tallie, and
Exactly.
it's one of the things that I've written about also as far as tallie is concerned. Tallie was an assembly constituency which has got an elected leader, and he was never connected never connected with a road, which is so strange, And since independence, the MLAs go there on a earth mover, excavator. They go. That's how they travel to this, because there were no bridges. He saw that the road was built, and when the road was built, that was his promise. After 1 year, I'll come back. He went back, and it was a sight to see, because people had lined up on the streets to greet him. People were crying, saying our region is seeing a car for the first time and all, and this is happening in the 21st century. So those are the kind of tangible changes he's made. It's connected. You ask anybody across Arunachal about this chief minister's track record, and they'll tell you that this chief minister has done its work. But then caution to the winds that doesn't mean that Arunachal Pradesh has turned a new leaf and said, wow, everything is, all the problems are done. No, the state will have problems, has problems,
Quite a few, in fact.
and it will have problems in future too. As far as corruption is concerned, it is a part of our entire country. Will it be eradicated in one go? No, it will not be eradicated in one go. Will it take time? Yes, it will take time. Do you see big bungalows and big luxurious living and huge cars and the disparity in income? Yes, you see that across, but that doesn't mean the state is the state is improving at the same time.
Okay, so let's just take a look at what's happening in Arunachal. If you can have the map on screen, and I'll walk you through. So this is what Arunachal, the counting process of in Arunachal Pradesh looks like as of now. Most of it is in orange.
Saffron.
Sorry, saffron.
Never say orange.
Okay, pardon me. Saffron. The purple is where you can see purple is People's Party of Arunachal Pradesh. So they are leading in 3 seats as of now. The lighter, can I call this orange? The lighter or the yellow?
That's yellow.
Okay. So the lighter color is Nationalist Congress Party, who are leading in 4 seats. The green is independent candidates. So independent candidates are currently leading in 2 seats, and NPP, that is the pardon me, the blue is Nationalist Congress Party. The purple is
Kalyan is getting stuck now.
yes,
It's
so
a nightmare
He's
for
getting tangled in colors, tangled up in blues. There's a song by Bob Dylan,
so
and Kalyan is getting tangled
we
up
can
in
send
all
a cham-
different
we can
colours.
pretty
Can
much
I
say
talk about,
that-
Can I talk about Oken Tayang for a minute?
please do.
People's Party of Arunachal, and the constituency is 39, Mebo, a very interesting person. Tourism is his forte. He's got a resort, a very popular one in Pasighat, and it is known not just in Arunachal, Northeast, it's known all over the world, and people from all over the world, including top film stars and writers and all, have come there and visited. He moves around. I think he also is official in the Travel Agents Association or the Adventure Tour Operators Association of India. So has done great work for tourism in Arunachal, and right now is leading by 304 votes in Mebo. That's round 1. So an interesting candidate, I thought I should point out.
Whereas in other constituencies, if we look at in Along East, Kentojini of BJP is leading by almost close to 2,500 votes. In Along West, Topin Ete again of BJP is leading by over 1,500 votes. In Anini, Mopi Mihu of BJP is leading by 752 votes. In Basar, Nyabi Jini Dirchi, and please pardon me if I'm not pronouncing the names right, of BJP, Nyabiji Nidirchi of BJP is leading by almost 1000 votes. In Bordumsa Dune, Nick Kamin of Nationalist Congress Party is leading by close to 1500 votes. In Borduria, Bogapani, Wangling Luangdong of BJP is leading by 1177 votes. In Changlang North, it's Tasem Pongte of BJP leading by 1608 votes. In Changlang South, Hamjong Tangha again of BJP is leading by 1412 votes. In fact, the interesting factor in the constituencies that I've read out so far is that the second party, the runner-up as of now, in most of them are from either National People's Party or Nationalist Congress Party. So the conventional opposition that used to be Congress at one point of time is nowhere to be seen. In fact, the only seat that I can see where Congress is trailing is in Chayang Tajo, and they are trailing by a huge margin. That the Congress candidate Kompu Dolo is who was contesting against Hayang Mangfi of BJP is trailing by 4637 votes, and counting is in third phase here. So the result is we can pretty much say that almost final, and this is a huge margin and a huge matter of concern. Congress was in fact looking for making inroads in the state and a comeback in the state through this election, but they are hardly hardly can be seen in any of the constituencies that I have on my screen as of now. Moving on to Dambuk, Punyo Apom of BJP is leading by 133 votes. That is against Raju Taing of People's Party of Arunachal. Voting is in third phase, a very close contest here in Dampuk. So the tides may change later in the day. In Dapurijo, Dikto Yekhar of National People's Party is leading by 687 votes. Dirang, Purpa Siring.
Purpa Siring, you would like to talk about Purpa Siring?
Yes, I would like to call him he himself called him the Hanuman of Pema Khandu's Hanuman. You can check our YouTube page. We have a
we are not making this up. We are not trying to offend anybody's sentiments. Please, we have to say these things.
The words
now
came from his mouth.
Yeah.
In fact, you can check it out on our YouTube page. He calls himself Pema Khandu's Hanuman, and he has been very close to Pema Khandu right from the beginning of his career, when both of them were with People's Party of Arunachal.
So at round 4 there in Dirang, and he is leading by, the Hanuman is leading by 5,320. We don't want to offend anyone, but that's what the candidate said. 348 votes. He is leading by 348 votes.
Very close contest.
He's polled 5,320 votes. This is one of the fierce fights, and this was considered as one of the fierce fights with both Purba Chiring and Ishe Siwang, putting in their best.
Just to give you a brief background of Dirang. So Dirang went uncontested twice to Purpa Siring in 2014 and 2019, when the Congress candidate, and who was a former MLA from Dirang, had withdrawn his candidature in the last 2 elections. He was also supposed to contest this time, but at the last moment he again withdrew his candidature, and this time NPP Yeshit Sewang of NPP is contesting, who is an entrepreneur turned politician. So a very close contest going on, and this kept Purpa Siring on his toes, in fact. So he was holding rallies, he was going on door-to-door campaigns, and he is quite a popular leader. He can make people laugh, he can make jokes, and he is very grounded. Like from what I have seen in the ground when I was in Dirang during the initial days of his campaigning, and during the election, when soon after the election dates were announced, but then I was, to be honest, I was not expecting this close a contest in Dirang. I thought that Purpa Singh would easily make his way through, but now
So
from
now
the margin,
4,000 votes are left. Round, I think there are 2 rounds left.
yes,
About 4,000, so 2,000 each on each round. So this will be very important. We are watching it closely because the margin is not that much at all. In fact, in most of the seats where there is a close contest, the margin is very small. So there is a chance that the other candidate could make it. The other interesting fight I would like to see is in Tawang, because Chiring Dorji, who is the incumbent Chief Minister Pema Khandu's uncle, he got the ticket from Bharatiya Janata Party, and Namgye Chiring did not. So he joined the NPP. So Namgye right now is leading by about 1,011 votes. So this is round 3 already, and he is leading by 1,011 votes. In fact, just a few days back, I spoke to Namgye about his chances. Namgye is also, I would say, an entrepreneur and also runs a digital news channel called Tawang. Used to be called Tawang 24/7, but now I think he's changed his name. So he is there, he's leading round 3. So I think we can
round 3 of round 4, in fact,
kind
one final
of
round to go.
call Tawang because he's leading by about 1,000 votes.
And so far, in polling booths concerned, 10 polling booths have been covered, and he's won in 33. He's trailing in 33 of them. In fact, so among other constituencies in Yachuli, Toko Tatung of NCP is leading by 694 votes. Including
Just
Impong.
the other interesting fight I thought would be a fight is in Kalaktang, because Kalaktang there was some violence also. So this was supposed to be a very fierce fight between Chiten Chombe Ki and Wangdi Dorji Kirme. So here there was some violence also in Kalaktang. Round 4 and of 6 rounds, and he is leading with, I would say, a comfortable margin of about 19,057. He is also one of the cousins of the incumbent Chief Minister and has fought hard to get a ticket. Last time he didn't get a ticket. He really wanted to fight the election, so he got a ticket this time, and he's been on the ground, worked in Kalaktang. So now there, as of 4 rounds, you can see he is leading by about 2,000 votes. So those are the constituencies to see. I'm told Daniel.
Yes, we have with us Daniel Lepcha, senior journalist from Arunachal Pradesh. Daniel, thank you so much for joining us.
I love the
Hi. Hi, thank you for having me.
If you can hear me, then.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So Daniel, BJP already won in 10 seats, leading in 33 now out of 50. Was
Right.
it expected?
Yeah, it was expected actually, to be honest.
So, whom do you expect to see, in the second position? Well, to be honest, I was expecting maybe Congress or NPP, but I was not expecting NCP to be so close.
Yeah, that's the surprise factor. In fact, Congress has only fielded 14 candidates, if I'm not wrong. But yes, you're right. The surprise factor is NCP this time.
Okay. So, from the trends that you have, is it going to be whitewash for BJP? Like Pema Khandu has been saying that they are going to win in all the 60 seats, but from the trends, at least they can comfortably make it to 40 maybe.
Yes, in fact, more than that. If the trends are, if you go by the recent trends, I think they could probably go over 45 or 50 maybe
Okay.
out of the 60 seats that we have here.
Okay. So Arunachal is again heading towards an opposition-less government.
Yes, you're right.
So, what do you think? What, according to you, worked out for? I've asked this question to Karma as well, but I would like to hear it from you. What do you think worked out for Pema Khandu? Was it his, dynamic personality, his uh, love for travel, uh, or like he's been on ground all the time?
Well, that is one of the reasons. But if you've gone through the history of Arunachal Pradesh, they have always supported the ruling government, which is in the center. So as of now, as you can see, that BJP is in the center. So most of the votes would go to them in Arunachal as well.
Okay, and which ones do you think are going to be crucial constituencies? In fact, we were both in Dirang during
Yes,
his
we are.
initial days, and uh, like if you remember, we had a very brief conversation, and it was like although we expected it the contest to be there, but we did not expect it to be this close. Dirang is Purpa Singh is leading only by around 400 votes.
Yes, around 348, if I'm not wrong, at the moment. So yes, Dirang was supposed to be a close contest, and it seems that we are right in that case.
But
And
did
as
you
if
expect it to be
now,
this
yes.
close?
Yes, because if you talk about the opposition, I mean the representative of the National People's Party, he had maintained a strong hold there, and Purvachering was uncontested for the last two terms. And when we spoke to the people when we were there, then they were talking about they wanted some changes in the leadership. So I think that is what
So
we are
there,
expecting
there is
now.
an anti-incumbency factor in Dirang.
Yes, sort of, yes.
So, and how do you see Tawang? Like what's happening in Tawang as of now? In fact,
Namge Chiring
yeah. In fact, the chief minister's uncle.
is trailing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's trailing by around 1,000 votes, if I'm not wrong, and the NPP is leading there. So again, this was expected if you go by the experts. Chiring Dorji was though he is from the Bharatiya Janata Party, but the other guy Namge Chiring, he had made a strong hold there. But you never know. It's just 1,000 votes, which has been leading he's leading by at the moment. So that could change because there's one more round to go.
And Damien, not too many votes are now. Because as far as the numbers for Tawang are concerned, I haven't picked up.
Right.
But since he's leading, but we'll have to watch that closely. Yes, he's right. As far as Dirang is concerned, Damien pointed out it's going to be a close fight, and it is a close fight. Round two now, the two rounds remain. The decision will be made by about
Right.
4,000 voters. So 4,000 voters will be key to see. The other journey that I was watching out for was Khongsa West, the Chakat Abo. She is fighting from the Bharatiya Janata Party. Her husband was brutally assassinated there. It was one of the big
Right.
stories to emerge from the from Arunachal Pradesh, Khongsa West. I think Damien had gone there to report.
Yes.
So she is
Yes.
leading, I would say, a comfortable margin, 2,134, and round two. So I think she is on the way for a win once again. So Chakat Abo is where the people's trust lie. So that's where. David, quickly, once again, although the chief minister said that he didn't want, he doesn't want money to play such a huge part in elections in Arunachal, and he
Right.
wants money-free elections
Right.
where corruption is not there, corruptionless. Now, I think it's a fight that is going to go on for many, many years and many decades. I don't know if it's decades, but here again, money has played a huge part, isn't it, in this election, sadly?
Yes, it has, in fact, and it has always been the case in Arunachal. Money is, and I think it will play a major factor in the future elections as well. But yes, the trend has to stop someday. So hopefully it ends someday, and people start to choose leaders, based on their ability or based on their qualification or their leadership qualities. But yes, for now, money has been playing a major factor in the elections here.
What are the fights that you are watching out for? Of course, we pointed out Dhirang being one,
Mhm.
Tawang being one, but Tawang is right now it's a margin of 1,000 votes, so I don't know how
Right.
close is that.
Uh-huh.
Dhirang was one. What are the other fights that you are looking at very closely? I was also looking at
The
Okken, so Okken is also leading right now.
Right, Oken is leading there, and there's one fight which is quite interesting. If you go to the Yachuli Assembly constituency, so the Education Minister Tabatedir is behind. In
Oh.
fact,
Almost
so the
700 votes, and it's only the second phase of counting is underway right now.
right, right, but we were expecting a tight fight there, so that is what is happening right now.
So in Yachuli, Toko Tatum of Nationalist Congress Party is leading by 694 votes against
Correct.
BJP's Taba Tedir.
Can
Uh,
you
Yes.
can you give us some details about Toko Tatung, Damien, if you know, for our viewers, from outside who don't know him too much, and how he, decided to fight, and there were many who said don't fight, but he went on and fought.
Right. Toko Tatun is a popular entrepreneur here, and his entry into the political scenario was, in fact, a surprising factor for most of us. But as far as I am told, he has a good rapport among the people in the constituency. And Taba Tadir has always been, though Taba Tadir was the incumbent, MLA, and he was also a minister, the education minister. But Togo Tatung has been a popular leader among the locals. So that could probably be the reason that he's decided to fight for the elections, and that's proving out to be true. In fact, as far as the second round is concerned, he's leading right now. So
Many speak about hushed, not even hushed tones. I think in Arunachal very openly about Team A and Team B. Is this
right.
the case in many of the seats that we are seeing Team B perform very well?
Well, yes, I mean that is something which just hit my mind, so I'll have to look into that.
So I've been watching the, where all in all the areas where Team B has been fielded, and I can
Hmm.
clearly see Team B
Hmm.
doing very well.
Right.
And should there be a power struggle, I guess Team B
Hmm.
will, come in handy. So I
Hmm.
am looking at those numbers also. Devin and I will understand. I guess for some of you viewers who understand and who watch Arunachal politics very closely, they will
Hmm.
understand what I mean about Team A and Team B. So they are going to be the key figures. If should there be a power struggle in future, should there be any other issue as far as the top leaders are concerned. But we are yet to see right now, because BJP is clearly very well
Leading.
forward at 43. That's what the
Right.
Election Commission site is saying. So, Damien,
Yes.
any other big fights that we need to watch out for?
I think Yachuli is the one which will be keeping our heads intact. And apart from that, uh, I can't. Nari Koyu, Nari Koyu is was supposed to be a fight between uh, the BJP candidate Tojer Kadu and former Chief Minister Gegan Apang, but it doesn't seem to be the case because the BJP candidate is already leading by around 1,300 votes, 1,400 in fact.
yes, close to
Uh,
1400, and it's
yes,
the counting is already in fourth of
fourth
phase.
phase, yes, yes.
Ninong
And
Ering,
apart,
Ninong Ering in
no,
Pasigat.
he's leading there, but in a surprise move, the Pasigat, the other MLA, Kaling Moyong, is behind. So that is something which we can watch out for.
Who, in Pasigat.
Pasigat, yes. East,
Pasigat
Pasigat
East,
East.
Pasigat East, okay.
Yes, yes.
Pasigat West, Ninong Ering of the Bharatiya Janata Party and former, he was in Congress.
Congress,
He
yes.
was in Congress, so he shifted to Bharatiya Janata Party, a very astute
Mhm.
leader, one of the well-spoken leaders of Arunachal Pradesh.
Right.
He is leading there. Perhaps a sign to come for the Lok Sabha election also, where the people of Arunachal will vote as far as the Lok Sabha. So this is a sign. On 4th we will know, but I
Right.
think it's clearly gone this way. So 2 seats is what we are looking at. Other
And
than that,
there's one more seat which is turning out to be interesting fight between the BJP and NPP. So that is the 24 Dapurijo seat, where the NPP candidate is leading by around 700 votes after round two. So the BJP is represented by Tanya Soki, who is trailing by 687 votes as of now
okay.
after round two. So that this will be this is likely to be an interesting contest here as well.
And Damien, I just wanted to inform you, since you are from Kalimpong and close to Sikkim,
Right.
we've Sikkim, as far as Sikkim is concerned, it's gone to SKM. So SKM has
Yes,
come back with an overall like
majority. Yeah?
majority. So you are talking about Daparijo.
Yes,
So
Dapurija.
Daparijo road. How do you pronounce his name? Bui.
Bui, Rode Bui.
Rode Bui.
Yes.
Of course, no relation to the microphone and the audio equipment manufacturers. I just wanted to give a
Yes.
disclaimer. Yeah, so he of the Rode Bui of the Bharatiya Janata Party is leading quite comfortably, I would say, with 1,764. Again, I come back, and for people from UP, Bihar, for us in Northeast, 1,000, 2,000 is comfortable leads, not in lakhs or thousands as it happens
Exactly.
in the lands where Amit comes from, because in Amit's home state, one constituency will be about what, 1 lakh,
Yeah, that's
1 lakh.
yeah, the constituency is like it's normal. I remember once Ramvilas Paswan won with a margin of like 4 lakh.
4 lakh
So
for the almost for the entire state of
to put
Sikkim.
that in context, in fact, if he, I think he won by 5 lakh or something, which is more than the electoral base of Sikkim.
Ha.
Put that in
Exactly. And here you have in Arunachal, you have people winning by like 14, 15 votes.
Yes, in fact, the votes in 2 digits can make a huge difference.
Exactly.
Like, just to point out to our viewers, to put this in context, there is not one constituency in both the states where the margin has been 10,000 votes. And in Sikkim, the largest margin is closer to 4,000 and less than 5,000. That's the margin that we are talking about. So, you know, when you don't have that many, the electoral base is only that big. So, I mean, in UP, probably, if you take UP's number, Nota becomes CM in both Sikkim and Arunachal.
Yeah, and if you want to, focus on, if you want to read about Arunachal very closely, Damien and his wife Irani run this wonderful news outlet, digital news outlet called News5. And Damien will always correct me on how I need to pronounce News5. News for you, he says News5. You can check out their website news5.in. They are on social media also. They've got good following. You can follow them on Instagram, YouTube. So they are doing a fantastic job out of Arunachal Pradesh. So news5.in is where Damien is. We'll continue our coverage here. Thank you, Damien, for joining us. We'll come back to you for more updates from Arunachal. So as far as Arunachal is concerned, that is where the numbers stand. I'm sorry, I'm looking at Sikkim and saying Arunachal. So Sikkim is 22, but I think we can clearly call Sikkim at this point and say that they are going to form the government. I am told that 3 o'clock is when the Sikkim Krantikari Morcha will head to the governor's house and claim.
The only reason they are taking 5 hours is because they are trying to locate the Shari MLA who won.
No, it's not like that, because it takes time.
But like, I mean, the fact that they have chosen 3 p.m. I'm saying, why are they even waiting for 5 hours? Like, I mean, you won, like, move on. Like, at the number of seats they have won, the governor should be visiting them. I'm sorry, but like 32 seats, and if the party wins 31.
Amit and his jokes.
Yeah, I mean, no offense, but democracy has become a joke pretty much like that. This is, as I said, it's good for SKM and all good, but it's a very, very sad day for democracy.
Yeah, please bear with Amit's jokes because sometimes they don't hit the right chord. Only Kalyan laughs sometimes. So celebrations in Sikkim, the visuals coming in, SKM party workers celebrating across now that their party has come back to power with an overwhelming majority. This was along expected lines. Since yesterday, my editorial team has been saying that as far as Sikkim is concerned, Sikkim Krantikari Morcha, they've always been saying in Arunachal there is no fight at all and BJP will come to power. Now, as far as Sikkim is concerned, there were little doubts in people's minds saying maybe SDF, with the kind of noise that they made earlier, there was some violence. The former one of the former leaders of SDF was attacked brutally.
Yeah, Kamal Rai,
because
was it Kamal Rai, the former speaker?
There was the former speaker was attacked. So there was kind of a sympathy wave for the SDF also, and because of which people thought that maybe SDF would garner some seats. But clearly it doesn't look like this right now. A lone Shari seat is what SDF is staring at right now. So time for introspection as far as SDF party is concerned. As far as its leader, Mr. Pawan Kumar Chamling is concerned, a leader who held at the helm of the state of Sikkim for over 25 years with such power. Now for 2 consecutive elections, he is nowhere to be seen. In fact, in the last elections where SKM defeated SDF, there was some fight as far as SDF is concerned. Then all its legislative MLAs decided to join BJP. So BJP was kind of in the state assembly for some time, I would say kind of historic, where a national party had some MLAs, but this time the number is absolute zero, null. There are no numbers as far as BJP is concerned. There are no numbers as far as the Congress is concerned. That's because of the fact that the people of Sikkim do not trust national parties. Kalyan.
In fact, the biggest blow for SDF is coming from Namchebung, where Pawan Chamling is trailing by over 1850 votes. He is trailing by 1,850 votes against SKM's Raju Basnet, a bureaucrat turned politician. He was with the he served the government for over 3 decades and joined the SKM recently, in fact in March this year, and he is leading by 1,852 votes against Pawan Chamling. And right now the vote counting is in the 3rd phase. Amit,
this is Poklok, right?
no, Namchebung.
So it's not good news for Pawan Chamling in Poklok Kamrang also. Here too he is trailing by almost 2,800 votes, and the counting is in the 3rd round, so I don't expect him to make up that round anytime soon. Bhojraj Rai is likely to win in Poklok. So not only is SDF's humiliation has been complete by the fact that not only did they win 1 seat, that seat also did not turn out to be Chamling. So if this does not end a political career, I don't know what does. So
yeah, because interesting, Amit, that you said that it ends a political career. It is like that in Sikkim, isn't it? Because you saw Narbahadur Bhandari, late Narbahadur Bhandari, his political career ended once he stood 2 consecutive terms. After that, even his party, Sikkim Sangram Parishad, SSP, was nowhere to be seen. It's nowhere to be seen. Once one of the strongest political parties is Sikkim. SDF also looks like it can go that way. It depends on the new generation, where the new generation is. And I've been telling this again and again. There is a mindset that is carried by the people of Sikkim, a mindset because we were under a monarchy for such a long time. And there's a mindset that you go with the ruling party, the ruling people, and you treat the ruling leaders you treat the ruling leaders like royalty. And this has happened again and again and again. It's happened again, but I think that thinking is changing. So time for the young people to come and start thinking. So if SDF party now looks like Komal Chamling, the daughter of Pawan Kumar Chamling, if she takes over the party and the party is in able hands, and if she can mold the party in such a way, then there is a chance next time. Otherwise, SDF we see is also going into oblivion.
What is the other alternative if not SDF? I see Citizen Action
I think,
Party.
yeah, that's what I was about to
leaders
say.
in
This is a good result for CAP, if anything.
I don't know, it's always been like this. See, a party leader will come from somewhere within. Pawan Kumar Chamling, born out of Sikkim Sangram Parishad at one time, very close to Narbadur Bhandari. Same with Prem Singh Tamang, the
Born out
incumbent
of
chief
SDF.
minister, born out of SDF, very strong leader, knew the roots, knew how to garner votes, works with the people, works with the youth, and he's always like that. So he came a very strong leader, so he should start his own party. And I think if there is any opposition leader, a strong leader who's going to come out, will once again come out of SKM. Now who, what, when,
But
I have some names.
The worry
I
is,
have some names.
are you in a position to
I
let the
have
names?
some names. No, I cannot share
exactly.
the names right now, but because it is a win for them, so I guess it's time
I
to
think
enjoy.
it puts CAP in a slightly better position. This elections has been, because theoretically they can claim that they are the opposition. I know they don't have any seats, but at least they will harp on the fact that people rejected SDF.
No, see, I think people of Sikkim understand very, very clearly that the role of the political party is different. A role of an activist is different. So now you start something with the people in mind. You start as activists. So you start as activists fighting against corruption, fighting to unite people. Then suddenly some of them decide to fight elections. So I think that is something that doesn't work. That is something the people of Sikkim do not accept. So they want people to stay in line. If you are a football player and as famous as Bhaichung Bhutia, stay in line, you'll be more famous as a footballer. We will support you, we will love you. But as soon as you come and try to be a political, I think politics needs in Sikkim, the people need to be connected with a politician. You need to be a grassroots politician. You need to be, kya bolte hain, in Hindi you call thet, a guy who's come from the ground, who's connected to the people, who knows his supporters by name. So
Do
I
you
think
think
that is
Bhutia should have, now it's easy to say this in retrospect, but do you think it was a mistake on him to leave what he created from scratch and then just harp on to SDF?
why he started from scratch. He started with
Hamro
Hamro
Party.
Sikkim
But that's
Party.
what I'm saying. He started from Hamro Sikkim.
Yeah.
Do you think he should have continued with Hamro Sikkim
I
instead
don't
of trying?
think so, because then again I'm saying it's not about the party, it's not about anything. What I'm saying is it is about people. And if you are a politician, you need to be a politician. You need to be a grassroots politician. So I give the example. Of right now. Just go, if you can open my village, Barung constituency. Where the I will just
Riksal
Dorji Bhutia is
by
leading.
4,346
So there's no way he's
votes,
won.
and yes.
So he's
That's
won.
over.
Riksal
This
has won.
election
It's
is
over. So 4,000 votes he's won by. So Riksal is a ground person. The moment you go and ask villagers, the first thing you'll say that he's very, very approachable. He's very down to earth, and he lives among us. He lives in Rabangla. His house is in town. They know him. They can go to his house. Bhaichung Bhutia is a little far away. His village is a little far away, but he lives in Gangtok, lives in Calcutta, has homes everywhere. So I think that little factor is very important for the people of Sikkim. If you have lived in a village for a long time, if you are connected to the people, if you can call out people by their names and that is very important.
That's true,
for the
and
people of
especially in
Sikkim.
smaller, close-knit communities like that, it's that feeling of being known and being familiar with who's contesting. But
And speaking of CAP, so I see two constituencies where CAP is trailing against SKM.
Malli.
First is Mali,
Yeah.
and the second is Teminamping. So these are the Bikas Sharma of CAP, although the margin is quite huge, but people chose the CAP candidate over SDF.
Because that was the only viable candidate there, because those boys have done groundwork. So that's why I think they have some votes have gone that way. So they managed to do good work. So whether CAP, Citizen Action Party, will be the next SKM, that remains to be seen. But they need leaders. So Ganesh Kumar Rai, as far as Malli is concerned and CAP is concerned, is a voice, certainly a voice, but to what level he will rise, to what results he will show in future, what he will stand for, remains to be seen. So he is trailing. I think that also the result, you can call the result in favor of Nar Bahadur Pradhan or the Sikkim Krantikari Morcha. Now Raju Basnet seems to have emerged at this point as the giant killer. Round three or 4 rounds, emerged as the giant killer, if those numbers are correct by.
So, I don't know, the thing is, I see a very similar picture emerging from Sikkim that we saw in the 2018 elections of Mizoram. ZPM was not even registered as a party, but their candidates won as independent candidates, and now they have formed the government. So, if not SDF, then I think CAP can be another alternative. But to be honest, a state needs an opposition. Without an opposition, democracy will go out of the window. So I think they have a potential there to establish themselves as the opposition, if not, of course, not now, but maybe in the next.
But that's also the thing. What are the chances that in the next 5 years you might see CAP, most important leaders of CAP, make their way to SKM, and CAP might be like gone also that way. So the fact is they have no representation in the assembly, and when you don't have any representation in the assembly, you can only be a ground based, like you can fight on the ground, but to what extent?
Possibilities are endless.
It's good for us. We'll have more work.
Possibilities are endless. So I guess, I don't know. Again, opposition less here. Can we shift to Arunachal for a bit?
Yes. So in Arunachal, BJP has already won in 12 seats, and they are leading in 32 more. NPP is leading in 6 seats. People's Party of Arunachal is leading in 3. Nationalist Congress Party, a surprise here, is leading in 3, and independent candidate in 1. Oh, sorry, independent candidate has already won. And Congress is yet to open its account. In the independent candidate from Khongsa, Wangling Sawin, has won by a margin of Khongsa East. Sorry, has won by a margin of 2,216 votes against BJP's Kamrang Tesia. So a big blow for, in fact, BJP in Khongsa East. And the third party that was contesting was NPP, and the third candidate was Nokju Wanghop, who could get 1,229 votes, but Wanglam Sawing has emerged as the winner from Khongsa East as an independent candidate, and BJP has registered 2 more victories apart from the 10 that they had won uncontested even before the state went to polls on April 19. They have added Changlang South and Borduira Bogapani to their list. In Changlang South, Hamjong Tangha has won by a margin of 1,482 votes against NPP's Thimphu Ngemu. And in Borduria Bogapani, Wangling Luangdong has won by a margin of 1,452 votes against NCP's Juang Hosai. So another state where BJP is headed towards forming the government. Arunachal Pradesh, it has already registered victory in 12 seats and is currently leading in 33, and followed by NPP leading in 6, People's Party of Arunachal leading in 3, NCP leading in 3, and independent candidate registering a victory in 1. Congress yet to open its account.
So very comfortable as far as Arunachal is concerned, 43. We were talking about some of the seats where the contests are tight, and we've identified a few. Dhirang is an interesting case where there's a tough fight between the incumbent MLA Purba Tsiring and Yeshe. So there is a tough fight in Dhirang. We'll have to watch Dhirang very, very closely. Other than that, as far as BJP is concerned, looks to be a cakewalk.
So in Dirang, Purpa Sering is still leading, but a very close contest there. He's leading by only 348 votes, and counting is in fourth of 6 phases here. Amit, are you surprised with the figures from Arunachal?
No,
were you expecting more numbers?
I
for
actually was
BJP?
expecting more. I mean, we'll have to wait right now. There's the counting. I expect it to be closer to 50, to be honest. And as we were discussing in the meantime, that we expected Arunachal like results in Sikkim,
Okay.
and Sikkim like results in Arunachal. But see, at the same time, it's remember we have often talked about how Northeast governments tend to become oppositionless. State governments, and 2 states again, I mean Sikkim has become oppositionless pretty much, and Arunachal depends on
And there's only one person who will be sitting in the opposition, that's all.
in Sikkim.
Yeah.
That's what I mean, poor guy. So it's, see, democratically it's not great, but then it's at the same time we can also point out that a lot of things were red flags in the run up to election. The fact that half the MLAs are all crorpatis in a state where people are not known for their wealth, at least economic wealth. You have a CM who sits on 320 crore rupees. You have ministers who have like 100 crore plus properties and all, assets and all. So there is a gap, and what people, especially from outside the Northeast, do not know is that the income disparity and the income inequality in the Northeast is probably much worse than the rest of the country. Like you walk through villages and you will see like huts, and amongst huts you will see one towering bungalow and then huts everywhere else. So this does not bode well for those reasons, but at the same time, as I said earlier, in democracy you have to respect the mandate, and the mandate is pretty clear. See, as I said earlier also, there was not a single person that we spoke to who had any doubt that BJP was coming back to power in Arunachal. In Sikkim, I think it was the image that was created seemed like there was a fight, but now it has turned out that it's not. And I actually expected BJP to get a few seats in Sikkim, to be honest, but such has been the train of SKM that it has run over the BJP too.
Yes.
BJP was, I don't think BJP did not expect to win a single seat. I mean, they will never accept it.
They contested in 5 seats, and at least although they did not make high hopes, but they were expecting at least 3, maybe 3 out of 5,
or at least to be registered. Like they would have had. I mean, I don't think Sikkim BJP went into this election with that like, okay, we'll contest 5 because we are unlikely to win any. In fact, the fact that they contested 5 showed that they put thought into which seats they have a slight chance, right? And the fact that they have not performed well at all. In fact, as far as I'm aware, I mean, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't see the BJP in the second position also in any of the seats. So it's
no, I mean it's only SKM versus SDF, and in 2 seats it's SKM versus CAP.
CAP and 1 independent, I think.
One independent.
So that's what, it's not a very good look for the yes, and in terms of vote share also they have just over 5%, which mind you is like 500 times better than Congress, not even 500, 16 times better than Congress. So even in that state, Congress has managed to be absolutely annihilated. The fact that but then in Sikkim, I don't think anybody had a doubt that it was not a 2-horse race, and now there was no the other party did not have a horse. So in a 2-horse race, turned out that only SKM turned up with a horse. I don't know what SDF turned up, but it is not a horse. And the fact that I'm going to tell Pankaj to please do a story on what people in Shari are thinking right now about the fact that they will have the only MLA who will probably not be heard by Prem Singh Tamang. So that should be interesting. But yeah, I don't think it's a great thing for democracy, but again, it's too early to say that. And I think if anything, states like Sikkim or in the Northeast, there is a strong sense of community, right? Like we see in Mizoram, for example, that community relations always trump party affiliations, right? Or even in Manipur, for example, all the violence that we are seeing that the communities are standing up for each other regardless of which party they are. So in Sikkim, one can hope that even if it is the government is not of your leader, the government is still of your community, or the leaders are from your community. They may be from a different party, and I think that's also the reason why you have seen such a a big change in voter base, and such a landslide for SKM, because I think people believe that as long as the person is from my community, even if I do not disagree with them or ideologically, it's fine. I think they can. It should be interesting. This is a good time to talk about why we had said that this is the most important elections in Sikkim's history, right? It stands at a very crucial juncture. So now that the people have spoken and the people have left no doubt.
Yes.
That the next 5 years belongs to Prem Singh Tamang and his leadership. What he does to meet those things, because if he, let's be honest, unless and until it is an absolutely catastrophic failure, which is not going to be the case, because he did very well with much lesser number of seats. So I don't think that in 2029 also, unless I said politics is a funny game, but with this in structure, who will challenge SKM in 2029 also? What stops him from being another 2-time CM, for example? And Sikkim loves stability. Karma said, right? Like so.
Yeah.
So that way it's and the same thing in Arunachal. Who will challenge Pema Khandu right now? Nobody has the financial might. Nobody has the political might. Nobody has that kind of legacy. And even if you have that kind of legacy,
And
you
he
can't.
has his dynamics with him. In fact.
Exactly, and see, he's also very
And
that's
he
the
is
thing.
still a youth leader.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in Indian politics, considering Modi ji was considered young in 2014, Pema Khandu is, I mean, in terms of politics, he's a teenager. If you look at the fact that he's so, and see, he's also he not only plays the game well at a Arunachal level, but even at an, like look at his Twitter. Not a day goes by when he does not thank Modi ji for something. So he's also very aware of who he needs to keep happy that way. He knows that if the road is done, it's because of NHAI. NHAI means Modi ji, thank you. And then like FMR also, for example, look at what happened in FMR. Nagaland protested, Mizoram protested, Manipur protested. Absolutely no sound came from Arunachal. Arunachal said, "You want FMR? Done. Thank you, Modi ji." No questions asked.
I mean, not that it bothers him.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. But he plays the game well at every level, at a national level, on Twitter, on social media. He knows who to thank, he knows who to keep in mind. Every time he visits places, he will go meet people and everything. So that's what it's something that I think he has done well, and it's shown. And that's what I'm saying. I don't expect these two governments to change in the next election also. Again, might be too early, but I know.
Only time will tell. So that's the trend we have as of now. In Arunachal Pradesh, the BJP has already registered victory in 12, and it's leading in 33. The NPP is leading in 6. People's Party of Arunachal is leading in 3. They are also, which is also an ally of the BJP. The Nationalist Congress Party is leading in 3, and an independent candidate has registered victory in 1 seat. And meanwhile, in Sikkim, it's a whitewash.
It's a Prem wash. It's a Prem wash, and Sikkim is officially, as I said, मैं प्रेम की दीवानी हूँ, and I would love to see what Congress has to say.
Okay, so to give us more details of what happened in Arunachal Pradesh, we are being joined by Amar Sangno, a senior journalist from Arunachal Pradesh. Amar, thank you so much for joining us. If you can hear me.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Amar, BJP already won in 12 seats and leading in 33. Was it expected? And
This is expected, except a few constituencies like Tawang. We got Tawang, where BJP has lost. Tawang being from Chief Minister's home district. So otherwise, yeah, it was expected.
Tawang is actually a big upset for BJP. Like, what do you think did not work out for? Was it uh, the NPP candidate not being given a ticket from BJP?
Yeah, we got to know there was, the, the leadership crisis after sitting MLA has been resigned and decided not to contest. So maybe BJP didn't choose the right leader. Uh,
Okay, and Karma, you were talking about Team A and Team B in Arunachal Pradesh, and I'm sure Amar would also know about what's happening. Just to, can you give us a little more, not revealing much, but also tell us more about what is happening in Team A and Team B?
So my good friend Amar Sangno, thank you so much for joining us. You know, Amar Sangno is one
Thank
of
you,
the
sir.
voices from Arunachal, president of the local working journalist association, has made himself very clear where he stands and what he wants as far as the journalists, the rights of the journalists are concerned, and also represents India in a wider forum of journalists around the world that is there and travels frequently, speaks at different seminars and all. So, Amar, earlier we were talking about the landscape, the political landscape of Arunachal, which you are very well aware of, who stands where, what stands where, and I was just hinting and saying that there is always a team A and a team B. And right now, you know, some political minds must be smacking their lips because they were right. Team B of a certain leader, Amar, in so many of the constituencies seems to do well, isn't it? Are you picking up the same numbers that I'm picking up?
Sir, I would rather agree with you, but BJP always being in a denial mode when it comes to team A, team B. This question often we throw up to them and want to get their confirmations, want to get their comments on how BJP is a divided house within the party in Arunachal. Uh, just after the elections, we are getting reports and rumors. It's an unconfirmed report. I repeat, it's an unconfirmed and unverified report that there's a movement for leadership change in the state. So I don't know how far it's true. Whenever we get for the confirmations, BJP is always in a denial mode, as I say it. So far, but so far the election result is concerned. BJP is of course is forming government, is in commanding seat.
Right, it is in commanding scene. I would like to see the graphics of Arunachal back once again, where we are seeing that there is a clear saffron wash, as Amar is pointing out. Interesting topic that Amar brought up now is now the question of leadership. In the last 5 years, Pema Khandu has done a wonderful job of leading Arunachal and being not just the leader of Arunachal and from Arunachal, known across India to be a strong leader who has brought visible, tangible changes on the ground for all to see. That I think is accepted by all in Arunachal Pradesh as well as the party leadership of the BJP. What you are saying, Amar, is very interesting. So if and when there is a move for a change at the top, who will gain most is the question that I'd like to ask you. But to what extent Amar will share, because he knows, deep inside his mind he knows, but he will be tactical about it. Who will gain most, Amar?
That matters a lot.
So my comments might be a very sounding very political because like I said, and I stated clearly that it's a very unconfirmed. And that in race we got to know we keep hearing the rumors is doing around that there is a block 3. three block team B, three B within the party. First team A, led by Chief Minister Pema Khandu. Team B, led by Deputy Chief Minister Chonamen, and Team C, you could say, led by Kiran Rijiju. I don't know how far that's true, but I mean, rumors keep doing around here of the past 1 month just after the election. So that's what we also want a confirmation from the party and from the leadership whether the BJP is truly a divided house here in Arunachal or not.
Wow, that's the big question. Is BJP a divided house? The counting is still on, but there is speculation on the ground. So there is a big speculation and there is a big question mark, as it all suggests, as far as the state of Arunachal is concerned. So Amar has managed to give us that big question mark as to where does BJP stand, and we are not really getting a clear status of where the state is going to go. But I'm sure in the next few hours, maybe in the next 1 day or so, we will clearly know who holds the helm. Right now, it is of course one clear leader, Pema Khandu, who's held BJP together. But what will happen, as they say in Hindi, कि CM का दावेदार कौन और अरुणाचल का CM बनेगा कौन, क्या होगा? These are still questions that are playing in the minds of Arunachalis across for the last 1 month. So interesting fight. It has been interesting, as far as the fight is concerned, Amar. I would just like to bring in the question of money power. In private conversations, whenever you and I talk, or whenever even some of the BJP leaders talk, there is a thing that they want the money power, जो money से election खेला जाता है, उसको ख़त्म करने का बातचीत होता है, पर ये बातचीत में ही रह जाता है और इलेक्शन हमेशा की तरह फिर से पैसे के ऊपर आ जाता है. ये when will it finish, Amar? When will we see an end to money, instead of real issues, election being fought on issues, election being fought on development, election being fought on unemployment, other than how much a person gets every election for his vote?
I think, sir. I think it will take a decade for society like Arunachal. The elections would be fight based on the issues. You would be surprised to find even government officers and government employees. They also, their demand for cash for vote. These things are prevalent in every constituency, especially in the central Arunachal. This money culture is very much prevalent, and I don't think the change would come overnight. It will take years for for any reformation, any revolution. It will take years, as I said. It is upon the people of Arunachal whether we should vote based on issues or we vote on a cash. So it's up to the people of Arunachal.
Amar, I would like to add one more question. Violence also used to be an important factor during election. However, from where I see it, this time violence has come down significantly in the state. There have not been too many incidents of violence or crime during elections. What is your take on this?
Yeah, in fact, compared to last elections, 2019 election, this year is significantly low as far as violence is concerned. I think people have made up their mind and they have changed a lot because violence has no place in the society, even especially in democracy. So, barring few constituencies where we got a stray incidents of report where violence occurred, overall I would say this time assembly election pass off peacefully, and thanks to the administration and thanks to the voter also, and the leaders, especially the candidates, they choose peace over violence. So that should be the spirit of democracy.
In fact, we often see political leaders taking the credit, uh, whereas it is the people on the ground, the voters, in fact, uh, who in fact choose not to indulge in violence. In fact, Amar, is it anyway related to the money factor?
Money factor is, as I said, is always been there in Arunachal elections. You can't deny, even if the politicians, you won't surprise to find any politician saying I spent this much of amounts in this election. So I mean, as I said, money culture is always there. And I mean, I would say most of the in among this 60 assembly constituencies, most of the constituencies, the candidate they spends less than 20 crore, less than 10 crores. So, uh, uh, of course, these elections also people vote over cash than issues.
So you are saying 10 crore, 20 crore. I have heard 100 crore in a certain constituency. Is it true?
Yeah, that's unconfirmed because no one gonna come up and say I spent 100 crore 100 crore in my election because it attracts ECI and it doesn't sound good. But of course, they love spending money in the election.
100 crore. You heard it here. 100 crore. So unconfirmed is what was spent. But
Unconfirmed. I heard it too, sir.
yeah, we would urge the ED, we would urge the CBI, we would urge to all the arms of the government of India, all powerful arms of the government of India, to investigate. Here are two journalists, independent journalists, saying that we've heard that a certain candidate has spent 100 crore. So that investigation, whether that will happen or not, we don't know, but we are putting it on air. Right now in Arunachal, BJP is already won 14. They are leading in 31 right now, so total 45. So it's like a saffron wash. I just wanted to talk to you about Nirjuli, because Yachuli, sorry, what am I saying? Yachuli. Yachuli is a very interesting fight going on between Toko Tatung and Taba Tedir. Amar, I think we spoke about this fight last time. We spoke about this fight. Margin is only
In particular, this constituency, the result is it's a nail biting and cliffhanger result, I would say, and they still the suspense is on. I mean, it's almost on the verge of its last leg of counting. So the result is still in suspense. So. Why this constituency is interesting? Because particularly I belong to a tribe called Nisi. In my tribe, this constituency considers to be the most intellect, most privileged constituency among the Nisis. And also. I would say 90 and 80% of the population from this constituency are Christian. So there was a factors. BJP was alleging that NPP candidate was using religious campaign, and same as goes to NPP candidates alleging the BJP candidate is using all the government missionaries against him. So of course.
Okay, we are having some connectivity issues with Amar. We will try to connect back with him.
Yes, in fact, speaking of Yachuli constituency, it was in 2019. Taba Tedir was elected because Nota was not a person, and Nota got more votes than any other candidate, and hence the second.
Hopefully, the result will be soon out. Let's see who gonna win.
Tell us about Toko Tatung a little bit, Amar.
He is a Saint Stephen, alumnus, and he's I would say personally, he's a bright guy and a young entrepreneur. You know, this much I know about him. He's the one of the most eloquent entrepreneur I ever met, being from the St. Stephen's.
So in fact, this is another trend that we are seeing in Arunachal Pradesh. A lot of entrepreneurs have ventured into politics. Toko Tadung, then in Dirang, uh,
Yesi Sewang.
Sewang, yes, and a couple of others. So we are seeing a shift from entrepreneurship towards politics. Like they are well established entrepreneurs, in fact, and now they are gradually shifting towards politics. And this is a trend that I'm seeing this, especially this in this election in Arunachal Pradesh.
Everybody loves power. I would say, and I hope. And just jokes apart, and maybe they have some visions better than the incumbent MLA and incumbent ministers. So and, that might be the reason they jump into fray.
And yes, in fact, Arunachal has huge scope for entrepreneurship. We have seen a lot of entrepreneurs not just being popular in making it in Arunachal Pradesh, but also spreading their business across the country. Uh, there are a lot of examples that we can mention, and in fact, we have come across from entrepreneurship from Arunachal Pradesh, and now that we are seeing this is probably that they want to enlarge their market, expand their markets. Is it is that one of the reason?
Of course, Arunachal should expand her markets, especially since we got fully connected by highways and airways. We have our own airport here at Itanagar. So, marketing is expand is very huge potential area in Arunachal, and I hope and whoever forms government, of course, it would be BJP. These areas should be focused, and these areas should give attention.
Karma, what about you? You are a journalist who turned into an entrepreneur, but still a journalist. But are you going to venture into politics anytime soon?
No, there's no politics, I think, right now. So, if Amar will be in my team, I will maybe contest elections. Amar, now let us go through the candidates of various BJP leaders who are just now leading, but who have got very thin margin. Huh? So in Dhirang, round 5, so I think one final round is left. So Purba Chiring is leading with a margin of only 924. Now whether
in fact, he has increased his margin. It was around 350 about half an hour ago, but yeah. Then
so 924. The other constituency is Thirzino, Buragaon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kumsi,
Yeah.
Sitsao.
Yeah.
175 is the margin. Round 6 is already finished. Now final round is there. So final round we will see. Then there is Pake Kesang, Biuram Wange.
Biuram Wange against Techi Hemim.
448. So I am looking at below 1000. Basar Dirchi, Nabijini Dirchi, 947. I think they're okay. Then we are looking at Tuting, Yingkyong, 737 is the margin. Then Dambuk is a close fight. Dambuk is a
no. Dambuk BJP has won by 117 votes.
So 133 is the last one, but I guess the latest are coming in. Other areas, I think most of the areas is Nampong is again it was a close fight, 4 rounds done. I don't know if you have the latest, Amar.
No, sir. We are just relying on the ECI website, like you are relying on. BJP from east coming Eleng Talang won by huge margin of 5,000, more than 5,000 votes, and followed by Nine Changtajo, the seating MLA Hayam Mangfi has won by huge margin.
Huge margin.
And interestingly, we got to know from Liromoba, the seating incumbent MLA Karbak is losing because he's still in trailing. And PC Jelling is leading by 2,000 votes. So that's interesting news.
Counting is almost
And of
over.
course, Trigino, yeah, of course, Trigino and Buragaon, it's interesting, but in the final leg, I think Kumsi is taking his lead against Tenjinglo. And you must have heard, you must got information. Sitting Minister PHE Wang Kiloang has just won by 2 votes.
Yeah.
With from the Namsang 54 Namsang.
By 2 votes.
Yeah, by 2 votes. That's a narrow margin. Narrowly escaped, I would say.
No, you would say cliffhanger. The word you use is cliffhanger.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I will correct myself. It's by 56 vote.
Only 56, in fact. It's still not
Yeah,
much.
56.
Just 56
Not
votes.
much,
In fact,
yeah.
we were talking about this.
Wang Kilong, yeah,
just
Wang
a while
Kilong,
ago,
BJP
that-
Wang Kilong won by 56 votes against
Unlike
INC
other states in,
candidate.
that are not not a part of Northeast, here votes in 2 digits also matter, and can make a huge difference. So yeah, exactly like Amar has said, in Namsang, Wang Kilong of BJP has won by a margin of only 56 votes, and the results have been declared there. Yes, Amar, please continue.
Yeah. That's all I got so far.
Right, Amar, thank you so much for joining us here on EastMojo. We appreciate your time. And as I said earlier, okay, we'll try to connect with him. Amar is the president of the Union of Working Journalists Association of Arunachal, and doing a fantastic job. So that's the latest coming in from Arunachal. We will keep the numbers peeled, but again, as Kalyan and I have been discussing, looks like a clear cakewalk for the Congress, for the BJP.
For the BJP, yeah.
For the BJP. Thank you, Amar. Thank you for joining us. We will talk to
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So the latest numbers that we have from Arunachal Pradesh is that BJP has registered victory in 15 seats and are leading in 31. We'll have to update the numbers on the screen. The NPP is leading in 6. The Nationalist Congress Party is leading in 3. People's Party of Arunachal is leading in 2. And 1 independent candidate has already won. And meanwhile in Sikkim, the results have been declared for 4 constituencies, and that is Sikkim Krantikari Morcha, who has registered victory in all 4 of them, and the party is still leading in 27 out of 32 seats, and Sikkim Democratic Front is leading in 1. So that is the result that we have as of now. Very clear picture, almost. It's just a mere formality that we are waiting for, that for EC to announce that who is going to form the government in both the states. Arunachal Pradesh, it is almost clear that BJP is going to form the next government, and Prema Khandu is going to retain his chief ministry, and in Sikkim, Prem Singh Gole is going to continue as the chief minister for a 2nd term. So these are the updates that we have, and on screen you can see visuals from Sikkim. People have already started celebrating, and they have gathered, and they are waiting for the victors to arrive and address them after winning from their respective constituencies. Supporters of SKM celebrating across the state with their flags. waving the flags around, and people gathered in large numbers. And we also have visuals from uh, Paljor Stadium, where people in large numbers have gathered to celebrate the victory of SKM. So we have numbers coming in from, in fact, the list of winners coming in from Sikkim. Yoksum Tashiding, the winning candidate. From Yakshung Tashiding, Sering Tendu Bhutia, who's won by a margin of 4,812 votes. Sanjit Kharel from Namthang Ratepani is won by a margin of 5,605 votes. Puran Kumar Gurung from Chuzasen is won by a margin of 3,334 votes. From Gangtok, Dile Namgyal Barfungpa is won by a margin of 2,692 votes. From Zungu, Pinso Namgyal Lepcha is won by a margin of 5,007 votes, and no points for guessing. And of course, they are all from SKM. I'm being joined by Sarika Atreya, senior journalist. Sarika, thank you and welcome back again. Uh,
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Good morning. It's still good morning.
good morning. Feels like afternoon though, because we've been
Yeah.
it's been an early morning today. We started early today, so anyway, uh, like it's a whitewash by SKM. Were you expecting this to happen? In fact, like till yesterday evening, we were discussing that it's going to be a close fight, a close contest between SKM and SDF. But the tides have completely turned, and the numbers are quite surprising.
Yes, it is actually, it's taken every one of us by surprise. The poll pundits, analysts, everybody, we were expecting a close fight, at least, a close contest. But we did know that SKM is going to get a good number of seats, probably would form the next government. But we did not expect this kind of clean sweep. It is like absolute landslide victory for SKM. This was not at all expected, and we are surprised. Yes, we are surprised, and I'm sure the SDF camp is equally shocked by the results. But yes, the people of Sikkim has voted again for the Sikkim Krantikari Morcha party once again, and Prem Singh Tamangoli sir. So yes, this is a bit of a surprise, a little shocking too. But yeah, no drama there. The government is going to be formed today. So now, yes, celebrations are on at the SKM camp, and yeah, that's it.
Sarika, Amit here. Just wanted to understand one thing from you. Like once the celebrations have quietened and we get back on and tomorrow onwards, this possibly cannot be a good thing for democracy in Sikkim, right? Like if you have
No,
32
no,
MPs
no,
and one
no, not
person,
at all.
yeah. So this, but the very fact that this kind of results have come, it cannot be an aberration in the sense that people have absolutely put all their, to use the term, all eggs in one basket, and the basket being SKM now. And given how the last 5 years have been, and as we were seeing that, okay, because of what has happened in the last 5 years, and for people like me, I'm an outsider, to see violence on the streets of Sikkim, for example, which we had never seen in our lives, for example, right? Or the kind of destruction that we saw during the floods, or the way the Galsing students were treated for, asking for what is rightfully theirs. We have seen that there has been opposition to the government, and although most people remember the Supreme Court verdict over the definition of Sikkim and Sikkimese, but amidst all that, we saw that there was some kind of opposition, right, throughout. Now that the entire assembly will be on one side, and one MLA will not only represent the opposition, but it also be, like, to be comically saying, of head of opposition, this cannot possibly be good for Sikkim, right? Like, so how do you think, what from now on for the next 5 years, what will be the role of whatever qualifies as opposition, which will not be in the assembly anyways?
Yeah. we will have to look into 2019 and of course the prior 2014 elections also to understand the role of opposition in Sikkim. We've during the last three tenures of SDF government, there was absolutely no opposition. And sort of it started the trend, so to speak. Only in 2014 we did have some opposition in form of SKM. And in 2019, the people did give SDF party a chance to play a role as the opposition, but unfortunately, even that did not happen because 10 of its MLAs defected to the BJP and the rest to SKM. And there was just one lone opposition leader or member, whatever you call it, in the state assembly in form of Shri Pawan Chamling. All right. So we did, and looks like this time also this trend is going to continue, and we're going to have one lone SDF member in the assembly. But we'll have to see whether again this lone wolf or warrior or whatever you call of the opposition will they want to stay in the opposition or would want to be with the ruling. And like I've mentioned it earlier on other forums, other fora as well, that this is not a very good trend, healthy trend for democracy in Sikkim. You know, we always talk about the role of opposition, and but and even last 2 years there were a lot of opposing voices within the Sikkimese society. People were talking, opposing certain policies and programs and the way the function, the governance of SKM party. They were quite vocal about it, but it did not translate into votes for the opposition parties, which is quite surprising. So when people were vocal about their resentments, their dissatisfaction over the ruling government, and when they voted, obviously they voted for the SKM party.
Uh, Also, like the BJP was very conservative in its approach to Sikkim elections. They fought only 5 seats. But do you think, like realistically, they ever had a chance of winning any seat, considering how badly they have performed? The fact that they were contesting only on 5 seats gives me the impression that they did their calculations and realized that fighting in only these seats gives them a better chance. And I'm guessing they would have expected at least one, if not couple of people to be nominated to the assembly. With that in mind, do you think BJP's performance is, I mean, no party performed except SKM. So with
If
that, how do you see
yeah,
BJP's
so see, if SDF did not perform, so you cannot expect a BJP to do any better. You'll have to remember that national parties have always fared
exactly.
poorly in Sikkim. It's always been a regional party strongholds. We never vote for the national so-called national
National
parties here.
parties,
So
exactly.
even yeah, so even BJP this time claiming that like they will win a few seats. Maybe we were expecting a very close fight in the Upper Burtuk seat where the BJP president and was contesting himself, right? And he's a sitting MLA, but that also did not happen. So BJP again, like playing the same role like in 2014 when some of the MLS defecting it to BJP. That is also not going to happen because SDF does not have any numbers with,
Exactly.
you know. So there is practically no role for BJP in the next assembly.
In fact, that's what brings me to the next question. At least in the last, I mean, till the 2019-24 government, we saw that in more ways than one, we would see an alliance of sort, right? Like the SKM BJP, SKM BJP. But now that SKM has obliterated everybody, do you think now we will see, now do you think SKM will, handle BJP with the kid gloves that it was handling until now, or do you think SKM has pretty much does not really need BJP in any manner, way or form now in the coming days?
No, the SKM does not need BJP anymore.
But that's also the problem for northeast states, right? They tend to work with the center because they know how things can get difficult, and SKM has always been part of the NDA. So with that in mind, do you think, like, how do you see SKM's role in NDA? Does it change at all from your side?
No, it does not, because see, we just have one lone seat,
Exactly.
MP seat, and the Rajya Sabha MP is already it's an SKM candidate backed by BJP. So we still have to wait for the Lok Sabha results, So that also could be a foregone conclusion, that SKM might even take that seat. But yes, it's one seat doesn't really matter to the NDA, right? So we are there because we have to be there.
Rather
So
be on the good
even
side
in,
of the books, yeah.
yeah, so like even earlier in previous SDF governments, we we had to be in whichever alliance in the center. So it
Exactly.
really does not matter that ways.
Okay.
And Sarika, I was also asking the same thing to Karma. In fact, if not SDF, like the way SDF has been wiped out, what is the other alternative? From my opinion, I see a very similar picture that emerged in Mizoram, where ZPM did not even exist before the 2018 assembly elections, but now they have formed the government, and the Mizo National Front is has completely been wiped off. Uh, where do you think? Do you think that CAP has the potential to come out as the alternative for SDF?
I think it's too early to say that. The potential and the growth and the chances of Citizens Action Party. It's too early to say anything, because came into existence less than 2 years ago, about a year ago. All right, and now to make a dent, like I said earlier, to make a dent into the SKM, like party stronghold, it's going to be a huge task, in something which SDF could not do. So we cannot expect a cap to do any better. But yes, if you're looking for alternatives, that's the only alternative we have right now.
Sarika, with this mandate, do you think CAP is in a better position now that SDF has been, like, pretty much obliterated? Do you think CAP can now at least claim to be a ground level based opposition in some form or the other? Or do you think this result also put CAP in? I don't think many people expected CAP to win much, if at all. So, how do you see these results for CAP?
I don't think so. It's going to really make any difference. But yes, their presence will be felt more. Maybe they will now work more rigorously. Maybe they will like come out in a big way. But that's again, like I said earlier, it's too early to predict anything. But yes, the only alternative we have in form of an opposition or an opposition party is CAP right now. And the future of SDF, again, also, like, we don't know. I mean, of course it hangs in a balance, or whatever. It's in a very precarious state.
Kalyan?
Okay, Sarika, one final question. How big a blow was the glove for SDF, since it raised a lot of questions regarding corruption during the SDF regime?
You know what? Yes, this the Glove event actually worked both ways. It worked as an advantage, also as a disadvantage, also to both the parties, to both ASKM and the SDF. Because if you remember, all these projects, the mega dam projects, were sanctioned during the SDF tenure, the governments. Uh, and when SKM came into power in 2019, of course, the Chungthang Dam was already commissioned, and they just took it forward. All right. Now the blame of the corruption, the corruption issue that SDF raised after the dam burst, saying that SKM did a sorry job, and this again, people did not forget. I will say, the way North has voted SKM back to power in spite of the Glove event is the fact that yes, people do remember that these dams, these mega dams came up during the SDF government.
Exactly,
So
exactly.
it actually played against the SDF government. They could not do anything about it. And yes, SKM got brownie points for that.
Okay, and one more thing. What's next for Bhaishung Bhutia? Like he's lost, almost lost with a margin of close to 4,500 votes. Earlier you said Baitheko China, right? The term you used. So what's next for him? Should he hang up his political boots?
Uh, I don't. I really don't know because let's make this clear. Bhaichung is well respected as a footballer, right, by the people of Sikkim. But people of Sikkim has not accepted him as a politician, and I do not think so. They'll accept him in the future as well.
Okay. Uh, Thank you so much, Sarika. Thank for sharing all the inputs and joining us doing this live coverage and sharing all the insights and for giving us your time. Thank you so much. For our
Thank you.
viewers,
Thank you for having me.
and for our viewers, we have a much clearer picture from both the states, Sikkim and Arunachal Pradesh. From Sikkim, we have a list of 10 winners as of now. Yeksom Tashiding from, Sering Thendu Bhutia from Yeksom Tashiding, Bhimhang Limbu from Yangthang, Sanjit Kharel from Namthang Ratepani, Lal Bahadur Das from West Padem, P.S. Tamang, that is the Chief Minister Prem Singh Tamang from Renok, Puran Kumar Gurung from Shuzachen, Pamin Lepcha from Nangthang Machong, uh, Dile Namgyal Barfungpa from Gangtok, Thenle Sering Bhutia from Kabilanchuk, Pinso Namgyal Lepcha from Zungu constituencies, and all of them are from SKM. The party has registered victory in 10 seats and are leading in 21 as of now, whereas SKM is leading in only one, that is Shairi constituency. Whereas in Arunachal Pradesh, BJP has registered victory in 20 out of 50 seats that is being counted today. They had already registered victory in 10 seats, much way ahead, way before the election, the polling dates, and one independent candidate has registered victory in Arunachal Pradesh, whereas it's NPP who's registered victory, who's leading in 6 seats, NCP leading in 3, and People's Party of Arunachal leading in 2. We'll continue our coverage in the as the day progresses, but we'll take a short break after that. Don't go anywhere. Keep watching EastMojo. Thank you. Welcome back to our live coverage of the Arunachal Pradesh and Sikkim Assembly election results. If you're just joining us, we are bringing you the latest updates and analysis on the election outcomes in these two crucial northeastern states. Just to give you a recap of how the day progressed since the counting began on at around 6 a.m. Today. Right from the beginning in Sikkim, SKM dominated the counting process, and it has turned out to be the single largest party, and in fact whitewashed the election result. So far, as per the Election Commission of India data, SKM has won in 13 out of 32 seats and is leading in 18 seats, whereas SDF has been completely wiped out of the political scenario of Sikkim and could only register victory in fact not it has not registered victory yet, but it is leading in one seat. However, it is just a mere formality that we are waiting for the Election Commission of India to announce the final data, but it is quite clear that Prem Singh Tamang is going to be the next Chief Minister, in fact the Chief Minister for the second term in Sikkim, and there will be a opposition-less government in Sikkim. SKM winning 31 out of 32 seats, whereas SDF has been limited to only one seat. Meanwhile, in Arunachal Pradesh, the BJP has, as per the Election Commission of India data, has won in 24 seats and is leading in 22. Remember, the BJP had registered victory in 10 seats much before the voting process began on April 19. So far they are altogether they are leading in 46 seats, whereas the NPP has registered victory in 1 and leading in 4 seats. The NCP, a surprise for most people who have been following the election in Arunachal Pradesh, and the party has registered is leading in 3 seats, and People's Party of Arunachal, an ally of BJP in the state, is leading in 2 seats, whereas one independent candidate has already registered a victory and another independent candidate is leading. Laisam Simai, independent candidate from Nampong constituency, is leading by a margin of 87 seats. However, the counting is in the 5th phase right now of 6 phases, and the other candidate independent candidate that has already registered a victory is Wanglam Sawin from Khongsa East constituency, and he has won by a margin of 2,216 votes. So that is what we have so far from Arunachal Pradesh and Sikkim. We have reports coming in from the ground in Sikkim that SKM party is expected to reach the governor's house for the formation of government in Sikkim at around 3 p.m. So that is the result we have as of now at as of 11:58 a.m. On 2nd of June. So BJP is going to form the next government in Arunachal Pradesh, and SKM is going to form the government in Sikkim. Well, also to our viewers, thank you so much for staying with us throughout the live coverage of the election results in these 2 states, and for those who have not subscribed to EastMojo, please do follow us and like, share and subscribe to all our videos on all social media platforms, including Facebook, Twitter, Instagram and YouTube, because that is very important for us and for journalism to be independent and unbiased. Remember, your support will help keep EastMojo the way we have always been, independent and unbiased. Thank you for watching us. I am Kalyan Deb, signing out.